Montgomery with a 3-run homer to pace the Aggies yesterday. Who they will face on the mound today for USC, the true veteran who gets the call in Tyler Stromsborg, his 3rd appearance this season. He's thrown a lot of baseball, though, almost 150 innings in his career. Ty, they'll need that experience today. Experience
is going to pay heavy, and he's got to be able to throw the ball in the strike zone to prevent the extra free bases.
Sweet.
Covarrubias.
Yeah. This is where I'll mention, too, the injury to Martin Grizzolonic from the collision and how they've had to change up their Okay. Sweet. We going on at, yeah, oh, absolutely. We going on at, what, 155 again?
This is where things last. Memories don't fade. Moments live on. The ebb and flow of emotions is a continuous wave we all ride together.
Left center field. It could be. It is.
This is where things last. Memories don't fade. Moments live on. The ebb and flow of emotions is a continuous wave we all ride together.
Left center field. It could be. It is a home run.
A base hit down the right field line, and he is safe at the plate. That's Olsen magic.
There's an energy that runs through the best college town in America, but a down-home vibe runs right along with it. We grow here. Our hearts and minds never exit Aggieland. But when we physically move on, we're built for the long haul.
A.J. Minter stepped right up.
MVP of the NLCS, Michael Walker.
They put up to the races. Unbelievable!
This is where things last. This is Texas A&M Baseball.
Day 2 of the Kubota College Baseball Series. After 2 great games yesterday to kick off the tournament, we're back for more with a doubleheader today. USC, after a heartbreaking loss in extra innings to TCU, tries to get back on the right track. A tough assignment today. They take on one of the hottest teams in the country, Texas A&M, fresh off a 4-0 shutout win over Arizona State. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Globe Life Field alongside the coach, Ty Harrington. I'm Ben Wilson. USC played really good baseball against 5th-ranked TCU. Had him up in the bottom of the 9th inning, but could not close the door on the Horned Frogs. You're now 2-7 on the season, Ty. You've been there as a coach. Slow start to the season. How do you bounce back if you're Andy Stankwitz and the Trojans?
Well, you don't have a choice. That's the way this game is. I mean, and even when you win, you got to move to the next day. They definitely got to turn the page against a really good Aggie baseball team.
That USC team was up late, ultimately goes down 9, 8, and 11 innings. That's how their tournament got underway yesterday here at Globe Life Field, despite a really good day from Ryan Jackson, 2 for 5, as we take a look at some of the numbers from yesterday. While Texas A&M, superb in every way, only needed to use 2 pitchers to get through that shutout of Arizona State. Braden Montgomery had the 3-run home run that paced the Aggies. And as you take a look at the A&M lineup, that's really the focal challenge here for USC today, Ty, as you face a lineup as good as it gets in college baseball.
Oh, they are. I mean, and again, they're just so patient, so disciplined, and so good at their approach. And they believe in it, and it's successful for them.
It stays the same today, 1 through 6. A couple changes toward that back end of the order. Blake Benderup didn't play yesterday. Ryan Targach was just a defensive sub. We'll see both of those guys in the order, while Ali Camarillo moves from the 8-hole down to the 9 spot for head coach Jim Schlossnagle. So much power, though, top to bottom. All but 2 in that starting lineup hitting at least 300. Well, a big key if you're facing a lineup that good is to have some experience, a little metal to you on the mound, and USC has that today. They go to last year's Friday night starter, Tyler Stromsborg, the 6'4 senior from Newport Beach, California. Experience is the key with him.
It's going to be, you're going to need that experience to put the ball in the strike zone. You don't want to create free bases or free 90 for the Aggies because they love that part of their offense, and they create their innings out of that, and they're so patient, and they do such a good job of running your pitch count up early in the games when they're good at it.
It is career start number 28 for Tyler Stromsborg, 5-9, 4.59 ERA in his career. As we are underway, first of 2 today, Arizona State TCU in the nightcap. Thanks so much for joining us here on Flow Sports as Gavin Grahovic steps in. It was a very efficiently played game last night between A&M and Arizona State in our nightcap. And Grahovic was a big part of that in that first inning rally. He walked, he and Jace Laviolette, who will be due up next, setting up Braden Montgomery. And you were really impressed just looking back at the numbers, Ty, at the general approach. Even though A&M, final box score showed just 5 hits, or 4 hits, I should say. And this is a base hit for Grahovic. So make it 5 hits for the tournament as he sends one through the left side. As you did your rewind last night, Ty, you felt like A&M, their plate discipline could not have been much better.
No, and again, back in my mind, I thought I only counted maybe 2, maybe 3 pitches that they swung at out of the strike zone. Now, they swung and missed. That's the way the game is. But I'm talking about expanding their zone. I mean, I've been really impressed with their discipline.
And right away, Grahovic on board for Jace Laviolette. Honestly, Arizona State pitched Laviolette pretty well last night. 0 for 2. Fly out, ground out, did walk twice. As he takes a fastball outside, and we'll see Stromsborg with a 4-pitch mix. A lot of fastballs and curveballs, though. Those are his 2 primary pitches, and people around the organization describe him as just being a super gritty guy on the mound.
He's going to have to be gritty. I mean, again, as he falls behind 2-0 right here to Laviolette, because they make you throw it in there. I can't overemphasize it. They don't expand the zone much. And because of it, their plan to sit back there and take balls the other way, I mean, it is part of their plan. They see it so deep.
He misses his spot there inside. 3-0 to Laviolette. Not afraid to take a walk. Not hitting .406 on the season. OPS over 1,600. And takes a called strike here. 3-1.
And being what I mean by they see it so deep, they're not looking out in front of the plate all the time, chasing the ball, trying to swing way out in front. They let that thing travel back to them, and that's why you saw the opposite field homers yesterday, and why they let that thing get so far back in there, just like that, taking it all the way to the plate.
This is the same setup that Braden Montgomery had last night as he extended his now 37-game on-base streak dating back to last year after the walk by Laviolette. And Montgomery, no stranger to facing USC, former Stanford Cardinal. Feels like he's back in the Pac-12 right now with this matchup.
Yeah, and all weekend. I mean, with the exception of not being back on the West Coast. I mean, he's probably got as much knowledge as anybody else about a lot of these guys, player-wise and pitching-wise.
Montgomery takes outside 1-0. We're just underway already. Some trouble for USC on the mound. In his freshman season, Braden Montgomery at Stanford, he was 3 for 3 and was a single short of the cycle against USC. Takes a nice changeup right on the outside edge. So right away, he was a guy who had a lot of success against the Trojans. I'm sure USC fans are like, really? We got to face this guy again? Come on.
Again.
Fastball high and outside. Preseason second-team All-SEC for the Madison, Mississippi native Braden Montgomery. He was our player of the game last night. A&M off to that 9-0 start. Have outscored opponents with the 4-0 win last night. Now 84-8 on the season. 4th shutout, most in the first 9 games since 2016. About a big wave and a miss here. A couple good changeups in this at-bat so far for Stromsborg as it's 2-2.
Yeah, that's a good-looking changeup. He was able to make that changeup move left to right, but also move down. Had great depth to it. Had great body language to it. Great arm speed, body speed. Everything coming out of his hand made Montgomery think it was a 2-seam fastball.
Just catches a piece on 2-2. This was how the game started last night. 109.5 miles an hour off the bat.
I'm going to tell you what, baseball has been a lot more fun for a lot of people if they could emulate that swing and that approach and let that ball get back in. He just got right in behind that thing. That was a line drive home run opposite field, 410.
Outside on 2-2 as the count runs full. Early big moment for Stromsborg. Talk about trying to bounce back for USC. Devastating loss, 9, 8, and 11 innings. Tough to get into an early hole as you try to bounce back. And here it's a 3-2 count, 2 on, nobody out, as we're just underway in our first game of the day. swing and a miss. Back to the changeup. What a clutch pitch as Stromsborg gets the K. And behind him on the defensive side, one thing we haven't mentioned yet, Ty, is there is a bit of a change because on a late game collision at the plate, second baseman Bryce Martin Grzelcyk had to exit. He's out rest of the weekend, so some things changed around. Avery Covarrubias moves from third to short. Ryan Jackson from short to second today, and Kaikia Harrison in there at third base today on a new look infield.
Yeah, and you know, when you slide sometimes head first, there's always that risk that you could get injured, and it certainly, unfortunately, it happened. He was hustling so hard to get in there and get his hand in there to score that run. It was so important to him and his teammates, and unfortunately part of the game.
Called strike, back to the changeup. Yeah, it was a wild pitch that Martin Grzelcyk was able to score on to tie the game in the ninth inning yesterday. Part of that 3-run ninth for USC that gave them the lead. They then led 8-6, couldn't hold on. We're fortunate to even force extras at the end. As the 1-1 comes in, tapped foul to the right side off the bat of Hayden Schott. TCU had the bases loaded, nobody out in ninth inning with the game already 8-8 when Josh Blum came in, struck out the side to get out of it. Ended up throwing 2 scoreless frames, 5 strikeouts for Blum, who was easily the pitcher of the day for USC, but could not scratch a run across in extras.
Well, Martin Grzelcyk was doing everything he could do to help his team win. He knew how important it was. That ball didn't get that far away from the catcher either. It was a great hustle play.
The USC looking to clean things up too in the field. A couple errors yesterday as Stromsborg gets the ball back. Second on the team with 64 strikeouts last year, 4-3, 5.23 ERA. Up and down season. Stuff is hittable if he's not hitting his spots, but he hit the spot earlier on the strikeout. Goes curveball into the dirt here on a 1-2 pitch. Count evens up at 2-2.
You know, and you were talking about the errors from yesterday, and when things aren't going good for you yet, and they're gonna for USC, but they walk the leadoff guy in the ninth, and then, you know, they throw the ball away, and it just things, you know, and they rolled 2 balls through the infield. They weren't hard hit baseballs.
2-2 punched into center field. Over and on his horse. Looks to have room though and makes the catch on the track. Tagging from second is Grahovic, and he's into third. A loud second out, hit 105 miles an hour off the bat by Schott.
I'll tell you what, this is a great job of running the bases by the Aggies as well. That ball was hit well. You'll see Grahovic, he goes off the bag, looks to see the defender over and turns his back, which is what you're looking for, and then he sees he's going to go back, catch it, goes back, tags, gets 90 feet up to third base.
Been a nice response by Stromsborg after the first 2 reached. Strikes out Montgomery, gets the fly out of Schott, and now Ted Burton, the DH. He was one of the few Aggies who had a tough night at the plate last night. 0 for 3, 3 strikeouts, did walk, and had a stolen base late. Burton against his home state team. A swing and a miss here for the Huntington Beach, California native, a 5th-year senior, whole lot of experience transferring in from Michigan. So a couple of guys who've been through the battles here at the college level square off. Runner goes as it's fouled off, 0-2.
You know, with so many California West Coast guys that are here on other teams as well. TCU's got a few, A&M's got a few. You know, these guys faced each other growing up. I mean, you know, travel ball, high school baseball, and so it's fun as a baseball player. In the dugout, I promise you, they're going, oh, I remember when I faced him back when, you know, 10th grade, and I had a home run off of him, or I struck him out, or, you know, I mean, there's a lot that goes with, and believe you me when I tell you this, a baseball player, even though they've had thousands upon thousands of at-bats, they always remember the really competitive ones, and they remember the names. I mean, I tell people all the time, baseball's a big, small world, and it is. When you start trying to connect names in different moments, when you've played against each other, or hit against each other, whatever it might be.
4 of the 9 starters today for A&M, all hailing from the state of California. 0-2 coming to Burton. Upstairs on a fastball. Grahovic Schott, who've already batted in this inning, along with Burton at the plate, and then Ali Camarillo, a CSUN transfer. It's Cal State Northridge. They go by CSUN now. Camarillo in the 9-hole today for the Aggies. Against a pitcher with a ton of USC roots. We'll talk about that later on, as he just misses on a curveball, evens the count at 2-2.
There's that plate discipline right there. That ball's off the edge of the plate. It is a ball. Look at it. 2 strikes. Most hitters, most teams are going to try to foul that ball off because they're trying to protect their at-bat. They know their strike zone that well.
Foul tip, caught, strike 3. And USC gets out of it. Jam Stromsborg gives up a hit and a single, but strikes out Montgomery and Burton. USC coming up for the first time when we return.
Watch me. Watch me grapple, move, and pin. When I hit the mat, don't underestimate the grin. I've got state championships and medals to show, but it's about more than just winning. This you should know. Overcoming odds through therapy and care. The road was long. Now opponents beware. Watch me. Game-changing sports medicine at Shriners Children's. The most amazing care anywhere.
Protecting what matters most is the mission that matters most. At Lockheed Martin, we know today's threats come from behind, above, and below. And we make sure those who serve stay ahead of them by connecting platforms necessary to dominate every domain across air, land, sea, space, and cyber, using technologies that protect in the same moment they detect. The mission is a safer, more secure world. Our promise is to help make it happen.
Globe Life Field is your home for college baseball with 3 full weekends of action starting February 16th at the home of the Texas Rangers. It all starts with the Shriners Children's College Showdown presented by Kubota, featuring Baylor, Texas Tech, Oklahoma, Oregon, Tennessee, and Nebraska. Next is the Kubota College Baseball Series with Arkansas, Oklahoma State, Michigan, and Oregon State in weekend 2, and TCU, Texas A&M, Arizona State, and USC for weekend 3. To get tickets and learn more, visit globelifefield.com/collegebaseball.
There's a look at how the USC Trojans line it up. Avery Covarrubias moves over from third to short, and Avery was in the 8-hole last night. He's now the leadoff hitter. Jacob Galloway, Ryan Jackson slide a spot down from 1 and 2 yesterday to 2 and 3 in the order. A lot of changes yesterday. A whole lot of position players were used for Andy Stankiewicz, but at the end of the day, they were able to manufacture 8 runs yesterday, albeit in a loss to TCU. And Ty, who they face today, is a guy the program at Texas A&M really excited about. A Jacksonville straight transfer in Tanner Jones, making his 2nd start of the year. Worked him slowly into spring camp off a little lat cramp he had in inter-squad scrimmages, but the stuff is very, very good.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this. You know, Coach Schlossnagle in the meetings earlier this week talked about this young man and his potential, and they are really anxious and excited to get him out here today.
He touches 96 with the fastball and has a really quality slider as well. After 2 seasons at Jacksonville State, there was some turnover there in the Gamecock program. Steve Beazer, hired from Mizzou as the head coach in the offseason. And so with that, some of the key players on that roster, you see a first pitch strike there to Covarrubias. We're open to some other opportunities, and it's Tanner Jones who goes to Texas A&M. Called strike on the outside edge, so he starts things out, working his way into the game, hitting 92 on his fastballs.
Well, that's not going to surprise me if you're going to see some 93s and 95s out of this arm. That's a really quick arm. Last 6 feet of this fastball got a lot of life to it.
Just high on the 0-2 fastball. We asked Coach Schlossnagle about Jones. He said, look, we need him to be good with where the pitching staff was at last year. 5.66 team ERA. They have been very good as a staff so far this season, as the slider is down and out. But not afraid to look at a guy like Tanner Jones and says, hey, we brought you in for a reason. Really need you to contribute right away.
Well, the stuff is electric. And we've only seen 4 pitches, but it is electric coming out of his hand.
Just outside on 2-2. I believe the count is now 2-2. Had it in the building as 3-2, as Jeff Hendricks is our home plate umpire tonight. And that was 3-2. It's down low, ball 4. Henricks was the first place umpire in game 1 yesterday. And Avery Covarrubias reaches base. We take a look at the A&M defense. Well, as good as the pitching was last night, Ty, man, how good was that defense right behind the 2 arms they threw. A couple of brilliant plays in the outfield made as well, as we take a look at how they line up.
Well, when you look at this lineup, number one, that outfield is about as fast as you can get, and they're going to cut down angles. They cut down 2 of them last night. A team that's fielding 983, and that you will take any day of the week.
First pitch slice foul off the bat of Jacob Galloway. And most conference leaders, what a nice catch over there by an A&M fan. That was nicely done. I believe most conference leaders you'll see around high 970s, around 980. That's usually a pretty good benchmark.
Well, you get above 972, you're not losing many games to your defense. And that's the part I know for USC right now. I think they're around 963. That's a part of their game that if they get that part cleaned up will help them win games as well. But man, you get above that 972, 975, that's where a lot of guys are going to field at. And what's interesting too about A&M is they're playing on natural surface when they go back home. But now they also have one of the nicest natural surfaces you'll play on in college baseball.
A&M last year 978. That was tied for 5th in the SEC. Jacob Galloway scorches one to left center. Long run. Laviolette gets there with these. Covarrubias rounded the bag at second. He has to scamper back to first. And right on cue, Ty. You talked about the speed, cutting down angles. That's exactly what Laviolette does.
Well, they do such a great job of their angles. And when you watch these outfielders, they do such a good job of opening their hips, turn and run and go catch these balls and just take runs away.
For their head coach, Jim Schlossnagle, we got a chance to catch up with him and Andy Stankiewicz on the USC side earlier in the week. Really happy with where his team is at coming in. And now you move on, just like for USC trying to bounce back. You don't get too high. If you're A&M, you come off that first win 4-0 with a called strike in here. And Coach Schlossnagle certainly knows what that is
relief.
Like. Yes.
What winning is relief. Like you, as a coach, you heard Jim and I kidding about it down there. You just kind of take a deep breath and let your exhale a little bit, and you go, well, we won. And then all of a sudden later on the night comes, and you wake up and you got to do it again the next day.
The life of a coach.
That's it.
0-2 count here to Ryan Jackson. Was really good yesterday for SC. 2-run double in the 6th. Led off the 10th with a base hit and stole a base, but ended up being stranded. Would have been the go-ahead run. Just outside that slider action on 0-2. There's a look at Andy Stankiewicz there down the third base coaching line for USC.
He still looks like he could get out there and go play.
Swing and a miss. Blows the fastball right by Jackson.
Tell you what, he reached back and got a little bit in the tank out of the back end right there at 93, 94 miles an hour. I think he was looking for something off speed, but he reaches back a little bit and lets this thing, he goes extension side with it. You could hear it all the way up here.
He cracked 93 there on the radar gun as he faces Andrew Lamb. Was a pinch hitter yesterday, ended up getting 4 plate appearances with how late that game went into the 11th inning. Lamb now on the cleanup hole tonight.
I need to go back and look at the box score and see just how many pinch hitters there were yesterday in that game. Both sides.
Swing and a miss. Nice pitch there. USC only 2 spots in the order today. Ethan Hedges and Carson Wells, who are in the 5 and 6 holes, are the same as yesterday, so they've mixed up a lot. USC using 7 pitchers yesterday. They brought in 6 different position players off the bench. Most of those were pinch hitters, Ty. Runner on the move, fastball outside. The throw is off the glove of Camarillo and into the outfield. Covarrubias didn't see it in time, though, but he has a stolen base, his 2nd this year.
Well, he gets a great jump, and his timing. You sit over at first base. You're trying to advance 90 feet if you can. You use the timing of him going to the plate. Gets out of there great, but doesn't recognize. After he kind of applies that tag right there, doesn't recognize that he doesn't have the ball, as he would have had a chance to get to third base.
Foul back on 1-1. It's a 1-2 count to Andrew Lamb. Covarrubias looking to make a big impact. True freshman from Anaheim. USC not afraid to rely on some of those young players. They have a lot of them in the lineup. Another freshman right here. Andrew Lamb on a 1-2 count. Just stays alive out in front of that changeup.
You know, Ben, think about this. In the life of Portal, which is what we're living in now in college athletics, and college baseball is no different. Between the 4 teams, we've seen a lot of freshmen. We've seen a lot of guys in the lineup for all 4 teams that are making their debut as college athletes.
Good take 2 on a changeup. It just shows you the natural talent level coming in. And then the adjustment you have to make. How often in high school are you seeing guys that go 93 fastball, wipe out slider with a good changeup on top of it?
Well, the tough part is for the hitters that all of a sudden they're getting 2-0 changeups, 1-0 breakers.
Count runs full here. First time that Jones touches 94 on the gun.
Yeah, that arm is athletic. You knew by the second, third inning that 94s were going to come out. It wouldn't shock me if a 95 climbs out of there at some point as well.
And on the hands, trying to jam him as it's a good battle.
You know, like people would, I'm sorry, Ben, you know, parents used to ask, what's the difference between going to high school to college? And it's the secondary. It's the secondary pitches. You know, the velo they're not used to all the time, but it's that secondary stuff that they can make the ball move 2 different directions with depth, and that's harder on those hitters. To the right side, it's Targac who ranges to his right. Nice throw across the body to retire Andrew Lamb. Each pitcher works around a couple base runners as we go to the second. Just underway from Globe Life Field. We go to the top of the second inning. Texas A&M and USC Trojans led by second-year head coach Andy Stankiewicz, 4-time WAC Coach of the Year in his 11 seasons at Grand Canyon before coming over to LA. From that area, and a guy who played at Pepperdine, had a great college and then pro career, 7 years in the big leagues. Made his debut in 1992. A guy you played against back in the day, Ty. I did. He is, and I don't want to age him. That's not fair to him because he looks a lot better. But yeah, I would tell you that in 1986, my junior year at the University of Texas, we played Pepperdine. We didn't know much about the West Coast. I mean, other than playing, you know, Arizona State in Omaha and Fullerton in Omaha, and they came in, and it was a different experience for us, and they were good. They were really good, and so was Andy Stankiewicz. It was a 12th round draft pick by the Yankees, and had a really nice major league career. Tasked now with turning around a USC program that has not been to the NCAA tournament since 2015. Tyler Stromsborg back out on the mound here for SC. And a called strike in there. 1-1. Faces Jackson Appel, Blake Benderup, and Ryan Targac, 6 through 8 here in the order for A&M. Takes that one down. So you played against him, and then Stankiewicz
3 kids who have been Division I athletes too, which is super impressive. Daughter Marissa went to the Women's College World Series with Arizona State. His son Drew also played at ASU, and he got to coach his other son Dane at Grand Canyon. Pretty special as well. So great baseball, softball family, the Stankiewicz family.
You think they talk about hitting at the dinner table?
Maybe.
You think they compete every time they wake up and try to see who's going to get to the refrigerator first, or whatever it might be?
The 3-1 just outside. Appel draws a walk. Second straight inning, A&M's had a leadoff hitter aboard.
That ball is just maybe a ball and a half off the plate, and they just look at it, take it, in complete control of their strike zone.
There's a good look at Coach Stankiewicz and what he did at GCU.
You know, we got to talk about this yesterday too, when they, you know, the 5 white titles, but they went from Division II to Division I. That's not easy to do, to make that transition, and he was able to help them make that transition, not only make it, but excel moving into the Division I level. And with a beautiful facility, well, I tell you what, he can recruit and he can develop players.
Called strike taken here to Blake Bender up. And part of that too is building a good staff, and got to be so cool too for the guy on the mound. We'll see here in a second, Tyler Stromsborg, his connection with his pitching coach Seth Etherton, who played at USC in the late 90s. Goes over to first here. But Tyler's dad, Ryan, was in the SC program mid-90s. Teammates with Seth Etherton, was a guy who played in 96 before being drafted by the Blue Jays. SC would go to the College World Series 2 years later. Swing and a miss here when Seth Etherton was the National Player of the Year. And now, how wild is that? Seth Etherton, all these years later, back as pitching coach for Randy Stankiewicz, and one of his old teammates, his sons, is now on the mound here in Tyler Stromsborg.
You heard me say it earlier today. Baseball's a big, small world. It is a, college baseball is a family. It truly is. We compete against each other every day, but it is a family.
Called strike 3. They ring him up on the outside edge as Bender up watches a fastball catch the black.
That is a really, really high-level pitch. Watch this thing start to shake back, moving left to right. Starts out off the plate, which is why he took it. Got just enough life and run to it, runs back and just clips the outside corner of the plate.
Third K for Stromsborg. Only tops out around 88, 89. When you hear those words, though, to describe his game, gritty, crafty, you can only get away with so much against a team like A&M, but deception also can play a big role in that, and hitting the spot's a huge key for Stromsborg. He's done a pretty good job of that early.
Well, you got to be able to hit the spots, and you got to disrupt their barrel timing, and that's hard to do, but he has the ability to do it because he does a great job of attacking his changeup, and that, as you referred to it, only 88, 89. That used to be high velo, and now, but it's good velo just like that. You see, it's got great ride to it, run to it. That two-seamer runs back into the plate. You don't have to throw 94 all the time. You can be deceptive and disrupt that barrel.
He catches the inside edge to get ahead of Ryan Targach, who was a defensive sub last night. Gets the start today. Watches a changeup down in the dirt. It's got to be a tough spot to be in when you are part of a team like Texas A&M, so good top to bottom of the order, and you find yourself scuffling a little bit. That's what happened to Targach last year. Was a great hitter in the order 2 years ago, up and down a season ago, trying to get him back to previous form. And he ropes one just foul down the line.
Well, he's more than a qualified hitter. I mean, I've seen this young man play for a couple of years, and I've called a couple of his games, and he's had not only quality at bats for them, big at bats and big moments. Yeah, and look, he's a good player, and he came in yesterday, as you mentioned, as a first base defensive replacement. They move him 60, 70 feet over. Now he's going to go over and play second base, and it just shows you the athleticism defensively that the Aggies have as well.
Another throw over. Second team All-SEC second baseman 2 years ago for Targach. Hit 294 in that season. Average dipped down to 224 last year, making his 44th career start today, over 500 career ABs.
USC just trying to see a couple picks in a row, back to back. Just trying to keep them from guessing on an off-speed pitch or a breaker if they're trying to get out of there with a 2 strikes.
In on the hands, had some funky spin to it, but SC's able to go the short route for 1. That's all they'll get with a shift on.
It's an unusual play because it's 5-6 instead of 5-4. The shortstop, who was over on the shift, went over to cover the bag. This is an interesting play because the third baseman was over in the 5.5 hole, and he moves towards shortstop, fields this ball, throws it to the shortstop. Normally it would be your second baseman, and does a great job of feeding him in, which they work on this play. But anytime you shift, you got to be able to still complete and know who's covering the bag at second base on double plays.
Second out picked up for Texas A&M, and for USC, I should say, with A&M at the plate. Well, it goes into that change of the infield too, right? You got moving pieces after the injury yesterday. Ball up the middle, past the diving reach of Covarrubias. A&M for the second straight inning has runners on first and second as they reset. Ali Camarillo comes up as Gavin Grahovec will reset the top of the order.
I'll tell you what, it's a good-looking short stroke. Hits that ball back up the middle. And his body language and idea was trying to hit that thing back through the middle and was able to do that. And when you got a 9-hole guy who can come up and hit balls hard like that, give you quality at bats, it allows you to flip that to the top of the order where these guys are, get more at bats. And this is why you put them in the leadoff position.
And Coach Schlossnagle had told us Camarillo worked really hard with their hitting coach, Michael Early, continuing to improve his approach for moments like that. Now you set things up for the top of your order as a called strike is in there. And it is Grahovec with that assistant coach, Michael Early. He's the first base coach now and has a lot of experience facing USC, guy who was an assistant for Arizona State the previous 5 years. Just outside on a changeup. So he can certainly help with the scout on what to face against SC, especially a guy like Stromsborg, who has been a veteran, been around in that rotation for USC for quite some time. Outside on 1-1 to Grahovec.
There's a lot to scouting. There really is. But where college baseball is today, Flow Sports, other streaming, you can watch so much college baseball. You can do the yourself as coaches and your staff. They have guys breaking down film nonstop, watching just that, the pitchers and the hitters.
Jammed him inside, fights it off foul, and it's 2-2. This is sort of how the game started for A&M yesterday. So many quality at-bats, so many opportunities with ducks on the pond. A lot of traffic on the base paths early. A&M stranded 2 in the first, 2 on, 2 out in the second, in a 2-2 count to Grahovec.
A lot of times fans will go, well, he picked it second, it wasn't even close. Well, there's a lot to it. One, you're trying to slow that runner's lead down, his feet down, but you're also continually putting that in the offensive coach's mind. Hey, we do pick, and we will pick. And then they're going to go back and do it again, even though he doesn't throw that one, so it's going to count as a step off.
A big moment for Stromsborg, who's been through these battles before, facing Grahovec. Swing and a miss. Got him to chase the curveball. And Tyler Stromsborg works out of some trouble for the second straight inning. Coach Jim Schlossnagle of Texas A&M. He'll join us on the other side right after this. A&M head coach Jim Schlossnagle joins us now. 0-0 game to the bottom of the second. Coach, we noticed down in your bullpen earlier, Tanner Jones, it was really cool. Everybody on the team was around him, giving him high fives as he was warming up. What can you say just about that? And, the team chemistry you guys seem to have in spades here.
Yeah, well, we haven't been punched in the mouth yet. Let's just see how it goes. But no, it's a tight group down there. It's like a freaking Tony Robbins show some days. But whatever it takes to throw strikes, man, I'm in for.
That's great.
Jim, this is Todd. I mean, you got to be impressed with last night. You bring the two left-handers, Prager and Aschenbeck last night, and obviously to get the win, but also to kind of save your pen moving forward for the rest of the weekend. Yeah.
Those guys did a great job. Aschenbeck is he's special. He can do a lot of things on the mound. He can pitch in any role. He has done that for a couple years now. So Prager did an awesome job. Arizona State's got a lot of really good left-handed hitters. It really doesn't matter if they're a left-handed pitcher. They stay on the baseball so well. So they had to be good to be good.
Well, yesterday, your first time with A&M at Globe Life Field. A lot of great plays out in the field, too, with the gloves. What did you make of the defense and the adjustments you're playing in a big league park like this?
Yeah, glad Jason's on our team. That's a big outfield to run around in from gap to gap. Caden made a nice play. We feel like we have athletic players, and we're trying to get different guys opportunities as we go along here before conference play.
Jim, early in the season with Jones, and has only got 2 innings under his belt, how long, if it's scripted out, how far will you let him go today?
Yeah, about 50. Yeah, 45, 50. He had a little, probably wasn't anything. I'm spooked by anything pitcher-related injury, so we shut him down for a couple weeks and let him kind of regroup. And, that's not good. But yeah, he's on a short leash here for the most part because we're trying to build him up.
Yeah, second outing of the year for Tanner Jones. Coach, appreciate you doing this. Thanks for the time.
All right, you got it. Thanks.
Yeah, hit by pitch here, just kind of slipped a little bit on that curveball there, Ty, on a 2-2 curve.
Coaches live with every pitch, right? Coach is trying to give an interview, he's trying to talk about this, and then his pitcher accidentally doesn't mean to, hits a guy, and he goes, "Oh, that's not." I mean, that's the life of coach. I mean, that's just the way it is. You live with every pitch.
Called strike taken by Carson Wells. So good too to talk about. We haven't been punched in the mouth yet, and oftentimes it's we're having a veteran.
Robbins. It looked like Tony Robbins' conference.
Well, having a vet too, like coach like Schloss, right? Keeping your team in check. I mean, it's so early. We've seen teams who come here and look great early in the season and then really struggle to back that up rest of the way. In a lot of ways, TCU was like that last year before they got really hot down the home stretch. So I'm sure you always felt that way. Ty, as a coach, there's something to that. Try to stay even keel. Don't get too high. Don't get too low with how early in the season we're at.
Well, early you can win a lot of games because the ball rolls through the 6th hole on the ground, right? And then a week later, a month later, that same ball you hit that won the game for you or helped you win the game goes right to the shortstop for a double play. Even hit harder than one you hit 2 weeks before. So the consistency of it is so valuable in any sport, but particularly in college baseball, being able to throw strikes. And you keep hearing Coach Schlossnagle talk about what? Well, as long as they throw strikes right now, right? Because he lived that last year where they felt like they didn't throw enough.
Nice pitch here. Goes with the changeup to retire Carson Wells. Coach Schlossnagle looking on. I can only imagine, too, just when you see your team continually give free passes away, to see execution like this has to feel really good based on what A&M went through last year.
No, there's no question about it. And you know what's interesting? If you watch the Aggie catchers, they don't move much. They're going to stay right centered in the middle of the plate. They may move just a little bit in and out, but they want that ball in the strike zone.
Swing and a miss by Austin Overn. Moves up to the 7 hole tonight, hitting the 9 spot yesterday for USC.
What that allows the pitcher to do, Ben, is it allows the ball to move. If they're making it move both directions, you sit in the middle, so they're aiming, and if they got enough movement and life on their ball and their breaker and their fastball, it moves 2 different directions for them and gets on the outer half or the inner half.
Swing and a miss. Back-to-back fastballs. Pumped past the preseason All-American, All Pac-12 on the All-Defensive team last year as a freshman. Behind in the count 0-2 to Tanner Jones. Out in front, lifts this to right. Pretty good carry on it as Montgomery goes back and drifts toward the edge of the track. Makes the catch for out number 2. Again, that changeup for Jones, so hard to stay back on it with how much life's on the fastball.
I mean, the pitch before, he throws him a dot fastball in the outer half. Again, catches just right at his left shin guard. Then he comes back and comes in with that changeup. I tell you, he does a great job of getting his hand through that changeup, and it just kind of ducks away from those guys, and it gets him out front, and it's just really hard to barrel up, and it's hard to get to the middle of.
With the injury yesterday to Martin Grudzielanek, it's Kaikia Harrison, who was a pinch hitter yesterday. He's the infielder added into the lineup, batting 8th, I should say. Braden Dowd right behind him, batting 9th, as he takes a ball high. So Harrison playing at third, the Hawaii native. A running lead, and the hit and run's on. This one hit pretty hard to left center and down. Harrison into the gap. Hedges on his horse. Gives USC a 1-0 lead.
Oh, much needed double right there. They start the runner, trying to get him into scoring position. Gets something out over the middle of the plate. Does a good job of getting behind that ball. He was set up trying to hit that ball the other way. Let me tell you what, if you're getting it through this gap with this outfield as fast as they are, you know that ball was scored. It's a big-time 2-out hit for the Trojans.
How about the productivity, too, of a guy comes off the bench yesterday, in there with injury today. Quick turnaround here for USC. You lose in extras yesterday, and Harrison comes up with the goods from the 8-hole. Now Braden Dowd in his first career start today out in right field takes a ball high.
I've been impressed with so many of these teams and their ability to hit the ball the other way with power and with authority.
No, Harrison was basically a pinch runner for the team last year. 1 hit in 13 ABs, and the growth for the sophomore from Hawaii, super impressive. Second straight game, USC is an underdog, has taken an early lead. Swing and a miss. Dowd cannot connect with the fastball.
You know, we talked yesterday about extra inning games and what they do, creating depth and creates heroes, and it always does. We're going to watch right here. Watch how they just sit. Those Aggie catchers are sitting right there on one knee, just barely shaded one side or another, and they're allowing the natural movement of the fastball and the breakers and the changeups to move both directions, but they're not trying to go out on the outer half and then the ball runs further away off the plate, because they want to continually, consistently throw strikes. And they feel like by allowing that catcher to sit right there, they're going to get a higher percentage. You talked about it yesterday. What is it, at 94% of the first strike thrown, you get back in your glove, either with an out or to throw the next pitch.
2-2 here to Braden Dowd after a changeup missed outside. And shoots one foul. Now Dowd looking for his first career hit. Had his first career at bat yesterday for USC. In a pretty big spot. Came in as a defensive replacement late in that game after Carson Wells was pinch hit for. Dowd got an AB in the 11th inning and struck out. 2-2 here with Harrison at second. Battling hard.
You know, that foul ball was coming back here in a hurry, right? But I'm so happy they had these nets up. Because, I mean, it used to, you go sit in a ballpark, you're in a danger zone, some of those things right above people, other teams' dugouts.
Chopper to the right side. That's fielded by Targac. As Dowd is retired. Kaikia Harrison. Only had 1 hit as a freshman. He's driven in 3 runs already as a sophomore, his 4th hit of the year, and his 3rd double gives USC the early 1-0 lead. We'll talk to his head coach on the other side. Andy Stankiewicz joins us right now. Trojans with a 1-0 lead through 2 innings. How about the development of young guys like a Kaikia Harrison? How impressed were you with that plate approach there? Guy only had 1 hit for you last year, now coming back as a sophomore and put into a big moment.
Yeah, no doubt. He's a great worker. He's got a great attitude. He shows up every day with a smile on his face and ready to work. And so he's played himself into this. He's had some good at bats early, and he deserves his opportunity. He's taking advantage of it.
Coach, it's Ty Harrington. Yesterday's game, you guys competed so hard, and your kids played so hard. They executed. They came up with, in big moments, were able to give yourself a chance to win. And as baseball, as you know, can be a rough game every once in a while on certain days. And yesterday, and you got to come back this quick and play again. What'd you tell your club today going into today's game?
Yeah, I told him, like you said, I thought it was great effort. We came up short, and shoot, that's baseball. Shoot, that's life. And you got to keep grinding. You got to show up the next day, and you got to have a short memory. You got to come back to work here. And we've got obviously a great program we're playing here at Texas A&M, and so I told the boys it's not going to get any easier, and that's a good thing. Right? We don't want it to, and so we just got to get better, right? And so that's a part of our challenge to as a coaching staff, to our players is just we got to rise to the occasion and get excited about the big moments, right? Don't peel back, go step forward. So. But like you said, Ty, I was proud of our boys yesterday. We came up short, but I like the grit that we showed through the game. But that's got to be a consistent thing, right? You can't be just show up one day and not next. And so that's what we're going to try to do here today.
And Coach, having Tyler Stromsborg on the mound, whose dad, teammates with Seth Etherton, now your pitching coach here. This one flied out to center. Austin over and under it and makes the catch for the first out. What's it like having a USC legend like Seth Etherton back with you, back in LA on your coaching staff running the pitchers?
It means a ton. As you know, he loves the colors, and he was an All-American, and he won a national championship, part of that ball club. That's one of the last one that we had. So, when I took the job, he was one of the guys that I kind of had looked at quickly and see if we can get him locked in. And so we were really fortunate to have him. He's a great teacher. He's a great communicator, and obviously he knows what he's doing with the pitching staff.
No question. Coach, thanks so much for the time. Appreciate you doing this.
You're welcome, guys. Thank you.
An important first out for Tyler Stromsborg. Gets Jace Laviolette to fly out to center. Big oohs and ahs throughout the crowd. That Ty, anytime Laviolette makes contact, that one he just skied, got under it.
Yeah, every time he swings, I mean, I kind of flinch a little bit, thinking it's going to, see how far it may go. Same with this young man here too. And when he puts a swing on something, particularly if he grabs something in the middle part of the plate, it was fun to listen to real quick when he was talking about he loves the colors, right? He loves his uniform. I mean, it means so much when it's your alma mater. And
foul off the bat of Montgomery, should reach the seats and just gets over to that netting as Covarrubias runs out of room.
And you know what? It's not that everybody else is going to work hard on you, but it's your alma mater, right? You wake up, first thing you do, if it's your alma mater, what are you going to do? You check a box score. So those guys that work for them, they just, I think it gets them up just maybe 10 minutes earlier than everybody else because it is where they're from, and they love that place, and he's going to make a huge difference for the Trojans moving forward.
2-1 count here to Montgomery. Fastball runs outside. They have the shift on Montgomery. At least in the infield, he showed that opposite field power yesterday with a 3-run homer into the left center bullpen. Big swing there as he fouls it back. Harrison, the only infielder right now left of second base at the moment. There's a good look.
Yeah, so you're taking your shortstop, moving him over to the second base side to the deepest part behind the bags. He's got to make the furthest throw, particularly if he's got to go to his right. But they're protecting against pull side on the infield.
Goes to the shift, and it's caught by Harrison. Wow, right on cue. A stinger off the bat, 108 miles an hour. Perfect scouting on the position by Harrison.
You know what? 2 pitches earlier, and he's not in that position. He just moved over there the pitch before, but that's right where your normal, natural shortstop position is, and that's not an easy play. That ball is stung, and it's kind of knuckling at you, and you got to try this little infield glove trying to catch it. You can see a little smile on his face after he caught that ball.
Feeling good about himself right now.
He says he should.
Dance at the RBI double. Makes the play. Hey, right, was that where the normal shortstop would be? But it's Hey, anytime you're able to get 2 outs on Laviolette and Montgomery back-to-back, you will take it in a heartbeat against this A&M lineup. Hayden Schott now digging in behind 0-1. Shoots it the other way. Stromsborg's really settled in nicely, not afraid to attack. It's a nice trait to have when you got a guy coming in against a lineup this good.
His hand and his arm's working a little bit better than it did the first inning. His velo was 86, 87. Two-seamer, had a little bit of hide to it, and meaning a little dive. Now it's 89, 90 with a lot more life and movement to it.
Curveball just misses the back door there, 1-2.
It's like anything else. Once you're confident, that hand starts to swing a lot freer when you're a pitcher.
Led the team in innings pitched last year over 75. Swing and a miss. Goes to the changeup, and a 1-2-3 inning. Hayden Schott down on strikes. Big effort so far by Tyler Stromsborg as USC continues to lead 1-0 as we go to the bottom of the third on the 5th K of the day for Tyler Stromsborg. Back in Globe Life Field, Arlington, Texas for the Kubota College Baseball Series, day 2 of 3. And USC looking to use this event as a chance to turn around some early season struggles at 2-7. It was such a great first-year turnaround for Andy Stankiewicz, a team that was in a rough place, but they won 9 more Pac-12 conference games than they did in 2022. 17-13, 4th place in the regular season. One of the first teams who missed the NCAA tournament. Both SC and Arizona State tie were true bubble teams last year, just barely missed. Unable to get out of pool play in the Pac-12 tournament down in Scottsdale.
Yeah, I mean, the non-con probably got him, right? The non-conference, and sometimes that's got to do with when you take over a program, you want to win. You want to teach your guys how to win, so maybe you don't schedule up as much as what they're gonna. And again, now, like being in this tournament, right? As you're scheduling up right here, you're non-conference with the guys you're playing here, you're going to get a lot of RPI value out of this tournament.
Covarrubias, that one comes up and in and catches him. Covarrubias, I think, kind of stunned. Maybe caught the bill of his hat as it came in, but yeah, I can guarantee you USC will not be 173 in non-conference strength of schedule this year with the types of teams they're facing. And that did get him, yep. You can see why he was a little bit stung after that.
Yeah, I was too. You could hear that. I mean, it just caught the bill of his helmet. I say just caught the bill of his helmet. I mean, that's close. I mean, you mess around that, that above those shoulder area. That it's hard to defend yourself sometimes. What was it? Probably 10 years ago, they went to that jaw protector that comes out on the helmet, right? And if you're a right-handed hitter, you'll see it come out of your left ear and what that does is that as you're looking in, you can see it right there. Those screws are put in. They'll put that in the helmet, and that gives those hitters confidence that if they've been hit before, it just kind of makes you feel good. You got padding coming across your jaw, and you see as he steps in. I mean, you're asking yourself to step in on a 90. Look at that, bam! I mean, that's close. That is real close. And every bit of that helmet is worth its value and weight and everything with it. But that little piece that comes around the jaw helps protect guys, because there's been a ton of baseball players with broken jaws before balls run, not intentionally, run up in there, and just adds a little more protection.
Covarrubias, good to see he's all good over at first. A&M bullpen very much active. Coach Schlossnagel told us that Tanner Jones would be capped out at about 50 pitches. Bunt is down. That's a beautiful bunt delivered by Galloway to get Covarrubias over to second on the sacrifice hit. Jones now at 43 pitches after that last one.
Well, you described that perfect. That's a beautiful bunt. I mean, a lot of times when you see this with nobody out, you're going to go to the first base side. But he lays that ball straight down the line. Also shows you how beautiful this field is and how flat this field is. Usually when you would play on natural surface with dirt, that ball would start to turn left right there because they're shaped that way to keep the water off of it. It just shows you how good the grounds crew here and how flat this field is.
Just another element that comes with playing in a big league park. Ryan Jackson now steps up, takes a fastball on the outside edge. This very well could be, depending on the length of the AB, final batter for Tanner Jones. Coaches would love to get him through 3. It's fought off 0-2. He was dealing with a lat cramp. That's what they called it. Preseason inter-squad scrimmage. So the team, understanding his importance this year for Tanner Jones, the Thorsby, Alabama native, were kind of slow playing him. I feel like he could be a big swing piece to how good the ultimate weekend rotation goes for Texas A&M.
As a coach, one of the things, and as a player, when you get inside those white lines or that dugout, your job is to watch everything that happens. And Covarrubias, his extended lead, the pitch before, he took 2 extra steps. Well, that just alerted the Aggie dugout, and they did exactly what I thought they'd do. They pick off just to try to slow his feet down because he's trying to extend his lead to get out to steal third.
Fastball just low and outside. 1-2. Covarrubias, good speed out there. Already stole a bag earlier today.
Now here we go. It's an aggressive lead. I mean, and every time he comes set, he tries to shuffle out. Coach Stankiewicz at third base, he's been over trying to tell him, you're good. You take another. You got an extra.
Swing and a miss. That curveball has looked very good for Tanner Jones as he gets to K.
That's a good-looking breaker. Boy, he's attacking that breaker hard. Coming off of that 90-plus fastball. Good hand speed, good arm speed. Great location with 2 strikes.
And at 47 pitches, gets himself one more batter. Trying to get out of the third. He's a guy who had great swing and miss stuff at Jacksonville State as a Gamecock. 84 punch-outs in 79 innings last year. 7-3, 4.67 ERA a season ago at Jacksonville State. Nice tight slider into the zone. 1-1 on Andrew Lamb, who grounded out to second, ending the first inning. And SC, though, has at least been able to work quality ABs against him. All 3 innings against Jones have had a runner in scoring position. Back up the middle on a little flare. Camarillo back with a good look at it and makes the catch. Tanner Jones continues to work himself into the season. 3 solid innings for A&M, but USC leads 1-0 after 3.
Watch me roll, grind, and spin. Playgrounds for wheels, that's always a win. One with my chair, but never held back. I do things sitting down, most people standing can't hack. Some might say my condition was fate. My doctors would tell you I'm just redefining great. Watch me. Life-changing orthopedic excellence at Shriners Children's. The most amazing care anywhere.
You're so much more than just a landowner. You're a gardener, a groundskeeper, and a landscaper. That's why you need versatile, durable Kubota equipment.
The American Western Weekend. 2 nights of Western sports and live entertainment. Deep in the heart of Texas. March 8th and 9th, Globe Life Field. Friday night, the American Performance Horsemen with a concert by Luke Bryan. Saturday night, the American Rodeo with a concert by Post Malone. The American Western Weekend, March 8th and 9th. Tickets on sale at AmericanRodeo.com.
Another tremendous field of college baseball at one of the best venues in the country, Globe Life Field in Arlington. Today's broadcast is brought to you by Kubota. You need equipment with more reliability and versatility built in, like Kubota BX and L Series compact tractors, rated #1 in durability and owner experience. It is a perfect day outside here in Arlington. Fans filing in, Texas A&M and USC, good crowds. Each of the last 2 weekends more the same in this weekend as well. It feels like we've reached March, Ty. Feels that way.
Yeah, it doesn't here for sure.
Well, I know that. It feels that way. Even I remember the first year I did this, showing up, not realizing that it would be 20 degrees. Didn't have a jacket with me, but we were awesome taking care of it here.
Well, you got to do a better job of getting the Weather Channel weather app on your phone for crying out.
Sorry, I live in.
saying.
When you live in Las Vegas, you're used to.
Yeah.
Nice conditions, but
I know you're tougher because you're from Wisconsin and all that, but I'm just saying.
That's a misnomer. People think I am, but I'm secretly not. Yeah. I'm not one of those guys at Lambeau Field. My shirt's off, chest painted. Ted Burton, liner foul into the net. As it is 1-2. We start the top of the 4th inning. A&M and USC first game up today. Then Arizona State and TCU have the nightcap. A&M looking to get the bats working with the bottom half of the order. So far, Tyler Stromsborg has been the story, done a great job on the mound. Almost gets the front door breaking ball, but misses on Burton, who he struck out earlier. One of 5 punch-outs in the first 3 innings for Stromsborg.
You know, Coach Schlossnagle talked about they don't go into a 2-strike rhythm, meaning they don't shorten up with 2 strikes. And a lot of times if you do that, you'll start swinging at balls out of the zone, just trying to protect.
To the left side, that's handled by Harrison on a hop. Good throw. Out number 1. Now, Coach Schlossnagle, well, he's got his strategy, and it has worked. The guy who won over 600 games in his 18-year career at TCU. Now he comes in, it's a 3rd year at A&M, and he told us that there are some really positive things in the works right now. They're starting an $80 million stadium renovation in the next couple of years, have the oldest stadium in the SEC West, and he is really excited about the future of what they will do with Bluebell Park down in College Station.
Yeah, and they're the largest institution in the SEC. You know, student population. And look, if you live in the great state of Texas, you know that the Aggies are going to show up for whatever sport it is, and particularly when they're winning. And I mean, if you've not experienced going to Bluebell Park and their fans and their fan support and how loud it is and the difference they make in the game, the 12th man of that game, and what they want to do is they're talking about expand that thing to 15,000 seats. And it makes great sense out in left field. You talk about having, you know, a triple decker out in left field for their students and look, they're going to fill it up. Their natural rivals are UT and LSU. So you want to tell me on a weekend series when the Longhorns and the Tigers come to town?
A hot shot past the dive of Hedges down the right field line. Jackson Appel digging for 2, stops there. Played nicely off the corner wall by Braden Dowd. And you can hear all those Aggie fans, whether they've made the trip from College Station, whether they're here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Nice piece of hitting by Appel.
Boy, that's a nice short stroke. He pulls that knob inside and gets that barrel to the ball, and it kind of rattles down. And he does a good job when he's going around. He was looking at the baseball all the way, knew he was going to be able to get to second base, and that was going to be as far as he was going to be able to go.
Anything in the way of development in this game, whether it's good or bad, it'll get the A&M fans riled up and ready to go. Now looking for some offense here as Bender up swings over the top of a changeup. For Appel, his 2nd double of the season. And now Blake Bender up from College Station, a local kid, talented 2-way player, didn't really have a defined role last season. Takes a called strike, looking for him to be more of a hitting option this season. Not a big kid at the plate, though. 6'6", 230, and has really easy power. Looked very good in the team's fall scrimmages. They played Houston back in fall ball. Faces an 0-2. Swing and a miss. That curveball has worked wonders for Stromsborg as he gets a 6th punch out of the day.
Oh, he's done a great job with his secondary. Uses that fastball to try to set up this secondary. Does a good job of spinning that ball, getting that barrel started, and he wasn't able to stop it. It's a good-looking pitch.
Tyler Stromsborg knew he would be needed for a big outing today. He had 6 quality starts last year. A guy who was proven time and again he can go deep against Power 5 competition. Now faces Targac, gets him to swing over the top of a changeup.
Yeah, that's a good-looking first pitch changeup. Did a good job attacking it, disguising it like his fastball. And you've got to be able to execute secondary pitches with guys in RBI situations.
Out in front again. USC is going to have success this year and turn around the 2-7 start. It really begins on the mound. A team that had the best ERA in the Pac-12, top 25 in the country last year. Have a preseason all Pac-12 Friday night starter in Caden Aoki, who we saw yesterday, and a former Friday night guy in Stromsborg. Spoils this 0-2 pitch down on the dirt.
You know, I didn't think they threw the ball bad yesterday. I thought there were times I thought they relieved really well, and again late in the game they had that, you know, misfortune of a couple ground balls just rolling through, and you know it could have gone either way for them.
Down low on 1-2. Now Aoki yesterday really battled. 3 runs on 8 hits in 5 innings with 4 strikeouts. Also was on the tough luck side of a scoring decision where a play that should have been made went down as a single. It was partly why he had all those 3 earned runs charged to him. Swing and a miss on 2-2. How good has Tyler Stromsborg been? 7 punch outs as he gets out of the inning. Targac over the top of another changeup. 1-0 lead for the Trojans heading to the bottom of the 4th.
You're so much more than just a landowner. You're a gardener, a groundskeeper, and a landscaper. That's why you need versatile, durable Kubota equipment.
3 bands, 1 stadium. Def Leppard, Journey, the Steve Miller Band. Together. 3 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame icons. Their biggest hits. August 12th, Globe Life Field. Tickets on sale now at DefLeppardJourney2024.com.
Sometimes you just need a little wonderful in your life. So why not go to a place made for it? Arlington, Texas. It's a city made for fun and excitement and all the things you love to do. And even some things you didn't know you loved until you came here and found them. Come see for yourself why Arlington is a world of wonderful.
Welcome back to Globe Life Field. Having a great time here. Kubota College Baseball Series, and Jared Schramm is with us right now, VP of Events for Rev Entertainment, former Stephen F. Austin Lumberjack. Welcome to the Gun Show, everybody.
Yeah,
Ty and I were not. Sorry, we can only do what we can do. So you're going to have to represent for us here.
Well, it's great to have you guys back. We appreciate all that you guys have done over the last 3 weekends. So it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah. Weekend number 3.
Weekend number 3.
You know, and to have this vision too to expand. Yep. It was great just to have the first weekend of the season. Now you go 3 weekends. I know it's not a lot of sleep, but I mean the baseball has just been tremendous.
It's been so good. Everything that we thought it would be and a little bit more. The games that we've seen over the last 3 weekends have been pretty special, and it's a great way to kick off the college baseball season. So really, really pleased with the way things have went.
Now, I don't know if I know very few people know what I'm about to say, but I had a chance to coach against you when you were a collegiate athlete, and so I'm not going to bring up. First of all, I don't want to tell about all the great things you did because that meant you were beating up on us, and so. But you get a chance to stick around baseball.
Yeah.
Tell me how exciting and fun that is for you.
Yeah, it's great. Obviously love what I do. On the entertainment side, it gives us a lot of flexibility, especially being in this building. But to get the chance and the opportunity to still be involved in baseball, got to experience a World Series championship last year. Still get to be involved on the college baseball side, which I'm obviously passionate about. It's a lot of fun, so I'm super thankful for it.
We're back underway here, bottom of the fourth. Every game really throughout the first 2 weekends, including with yesterday. Jared, games have been so good, well played here. Another example today, 1-0 lead for USC. Did Ty recruit you? Because if he didn't, he can't really talk. You know, that was mistake number one.
I think he's
right
being nice. I think they beat up on me pretty good. Yeah, I think they got the better of me.
Jared was drafted by the Texas Rangers, and we've been talking about it the last couple weekends, just how we're into the month of March, especially here this weekend, and we see those slats opened up where the banners are about to be revealed. It has to be really special too, as you guys have just added off-season events, but the fact that the Rangers have, at least on the field, done their part and couldn't ask for much more as we get a called strikeout right here.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to, when I started here, the Rangers were competitive and one of the better teams in baseball. A lot of our staff has not got to experience that. So the fact that they got to witness not only a playoff run, but a World Series championship was pretty special.
When they put that banner in that slot, what do you think the decibel in this stadium is going to be? What do you think that's going to sound like?
It's going to be loud. It'll be hard to beat some of those playoff wins. But,
fly ball to center. That's caught by Laviolette.
People are excited to get started.
Yeah, long time coming on that. Team that has been so close, as an organization, so many times, and now able to drop that little black placeholder and get it here. Jared Schramm joining us right now. We do have a new pitcher, by the way, coming in here as A&M goes to the bullpen at this point. So we mentioned it was only going to be about 50 pitches or so. That was the thought. Weston Moss, a freshman from Spring, Texas, is into the game. You're an El Paso guy, and Ty, of course, I can make him feel good. We talk about the type of talent in the state of Texas. Pretty cool too for all these local guys who get to play in a big league ballpark, getting their opportunity, especially the freshmen. You can see it on their faces, right? Yeah. When you go down onto the field, watch a lot of these games from up close.
Yeah, and there's a certain element to the fact that we just won a World Series. There's a little bit more juice behind it this year with these guys being here. A lot of them have got to see the trophy, and it's a great atmosphere for college baseball, and obviously kind of the way things played out last season kind of gives it a little more oomph, if you will. So, yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
It seems like a lot of these guys, we're jokingly calling it the Globe Life bump. Pitchers, you get the scouting report, you're like 92, 93, and they're bumping 95.
Yeah. Yeah, it's different. We were just talking about it the other day, right? It was, if you were throwing 91, 92, you were bringing it, 10 years ago, and now it just seems like everybody's sitting 95 to 99. It's changed a lot, and it's a lot of fun to watch. That Arkansas game last weekend was pretty special to open up the weekend there, and I was blown away that the first 3 pitches was 99 slider, and that was the end of the at bat. it was pretty special to witness that. That was a heck of a performance.
Not only do you guys do the baseball part here. When listening to Sean talk about this the other day, and you got rodeos in here. We got cutting horse. I mean, what don't y'all do here?
We try and do it all. Yeah, as soon as this weekend's over, we're going to start flooring, bringing in dirt, and we got the rodeo next weekend, Friday and Saturday night, and got Luke Bryan performing Friday night and Post Malone on Saturday night. And then we'll get that out of here, and we're actually ripping up the surface and replacing it with a new synthetic surface to start the season. So we'll have a couple of weeks of downtime as we replace the field. But then we're back in the thick of things with opening day. And then, to your point, we roll into concerts and high school graduations and college graduations and everything else we can do in here.
It never stops.
Nope.
Big 12 baseball tournament right back here in May. 3-2 pitches, spoiled foul. I think for us too, having come here since, at least for me coming here since 2022, where the other stuff development as far as the hotels and the other things were all still kind of in the building phases, and the hotel's now complete. Right outside the left center field gates out here, and you got Texas Live, all the restaurants. It seems like, especially for these events, you get a lot of fans who can come in and out. They can re-enter and also go hang out in the restaurant in between games. Really a cool part of it. And thanks so much for being a part of this for us too and giving us some time. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, guys, thank you very much.
Appreciate what you guys have done for college baseball.
Yes,
Austin over in the strikeout. We're through 4 innings from Globe Life Field. 1-0 lead for USC. A well-pitched game so far as Weston Moss gets the punch out.
Your pride and joy is measured in acres. Keep them looking their best with the Kubota lineup. Versatile sidekick utility vehicles. The #1 rated tractor brand for durability and owner experience. Professional grade mowers for a professional cut. It's equipment built with one purpose: to get the job done right.
The United Football League has arrived, and Arlington, your Renegades are back. That's what I'm talking about. Cheer on the Renegades and kick off the first ever UFL season at Choctaw Stadium. This was a dime. Bring the whole family and be a part of football history. The little razzle-dazzle. Head to the UFL.com and buy your Renegades tickets today.
Done, get it right in the fields, let it out. Get it done, get it right in the fields, let it out. Get it done, get it right in the fields, let it out. Let's get it. Let it out. Get it done. Get it right in the fields. Let it out. Let's get it.
Tyler Stromsborg, he has been dealing for USC. 7 strikeouts against one of the best offenses in the country so far, Ty.
If you come off a day like they had yesterday where they had a victory right there at their fingertips and you don't get it and you got to get your team back up to go play again, this is just what the coach wanted and what the doctor ordered for the Trojans so far.
He was second on the team in Ks last year. Had a 10 strikeout outing against Wazoo in conference play last season. And pumps in a first pitch strike to Ali Camarillo as we start the 5th. Just 1 hit so far for USC, but it was actually a hit by pitch that got him in business. Hedges on a hit and run, scored on a gap shot by Kaikia Harrison, our only score so far back in the 2nd inning. A little foul tip to make it 0-2 and start to wonder, all right, A&M, they have scored coming into this weekend an average 10 runs a game. They're 9-0 on the season, have scored 84 runs so far in the campaign. You kind of wonder, all right, when do the bats wake up? How long can Stromsborg keep them off balance like he has so far?
Well, it's in there, right? They've seen it, and I think a little bit has to do with the opposing pitchers they have faced as well and the quality that they have been. We got a lot of baseball left.
0-2 pitch, and he hits Camarillo on a curveball that gets away.
Well, we talk about at the beginning of yesterday and again today, that ball just kept coming. He wasn't trying to hit him. He was trying to get it out there. But we were talking, earlier about this is part of their offense. The free base offense is what they make their mark off. I mean, and then they try to run their offense off of it from a hitting perspective, getting the pitchers' counts up and being able to see as many pitches as they can. But the free base has been a big part of it for them.
Just misses on his first offering. And Grahovic. And you always have to battle the fans too when you are facing A&M. And so far, USC's done a pretty good job of that. But now as Stromsborg hits the batter, fans start to give it to him a little bit.
Well, I mean, can you imagine when they do the renovations at 15,000?
Oh, man, yeah.
Hollering ball for, or, bubbles flying everywhere and everything that goes along with being at Bluebell. And I'm going to tell you what, Jim Schlossnagle will get that. He'll get that done. I mean, we're talking about it when your natural, rival is UT and LSU, and what that looks like, and the fan base they already have, around 8,000 that show up every time they play, as it is now. I mean, that's exciting for the Aggies.
Inside, and it's 2-0 to Grahovic. So far, top 4 in the order have only mustered 1 hit. Grahovic had the leadoff single. The Aggies trying to get their offense into gear here against Tyler Stromsborg. Grahovic fouls it off. The D1 Baseball preseason SEC Freshman of the Year. Spent time with USC Baseball in the past. He's also had opportunities as a catcher in his youth. Can be a third baseman, outfielder. A guy they can use in a bunch of different ways, and a great at the plate as well. 361 in his first season. Swings and misses out in front of that changeup. 2-2.
He's athletic. He's a baseball. I mean, that you just described a baseball player. I mean, that's a coach's dream to have a guy that you can play at multiple positions. Maybe allows you to carry 2 catchers instead of 3, because he can go back behind the plate. Travel squads get trimmed down when you go to an SEC conference weekend. I mean, there's so much to that, but then just the versatility in your lineup and be able to move people around when you have athletes.
Looked like a pitch clock violation before that pickoff attempt, so that's a ball 3. Now a really high leverage pitch on 3-2. Runner goes, driven to right field, down on his horse, going back. It is foul by a couple of inches.
You can hear everybody in this ballpark just kind of holding their breath, and I'm sure there were a couple of the Aggie fans trying to push it fair. It just hung up there, and it looked like I kept kind of waiting. Is it going to hit the foul pole? Oh, I mean,
not by
much.
He's doing the lean. He's doing the lean.
Him and then the whole Aggie crowd were doing the lean. I even caught you kind of leaning that way just a little bit, trying to see if you could see it.
Grahovic back in there. Another 3-2 pitch. Big break there for Stromsborg. I wonder if Camarillo will be on the move again.
Yeah, I think it's a good possibility. Trying to stay out of a double play, trying to create maybe a little bit of tension on the pitcher. It can be distracted for a pitcher. Now, it shouldn't be for a veteran pitcher like Stromsborg. And here comes Coach Schlossnagle out. And I don't know if they're talking about
there's something on the field that Coach Schlossnagle was trying to get the umpire's attention on.
It was a ball. It was a baseball.
They finally clear that from right field. Dowd throws it up into the bleachers.
And we'll see if he starts him back up again.
A long battle. Another pickoff move, trying to keep Camarillo at bay. He's stolen 1 base. Only attempted 1 stolen base so far. Here's a good look at Camarillo from Chula Vista, California. He is on the move. Inside, ball 4. A&M in business. Runners on first and second, which they had back in the first inning.
Free base. Lead the inning off, but hit by pitch on an 0-2. He was anchored down in the box. And now a walk. They do start the runner up. Pitcher has, the hitter has the ability to stand in there and not chase that pitch just because the runner was going, takes his walk. Now you're facing Laviolette. He's got 6 homers. And we're going to get a visit out to the mound.
Stromsborg at 83 pitches. There's been a ton of activity down in the SC bullpen. Brock Blatter is the one guy now starting to throw, who we saw yesterday, the big righty Alabama transfer. There's Brock down in the pen. Came in yesterday and walked 2 1/3 of an inning in relief. SC using 6 relievers in that game.
Yeah, he's not making a move. He just went out to slow him down. I mean, he's got back-to-back 3 bases, and when the hit batsman walk, misses weren't big, right? And so that's just go calm down, catch your breath, and it's also when you have something like that happen for a pitcher, you go out there and you tell him, stay with our report. This is what we're doing. Stay with our plan. This is how we're going to pitch him. This is how we want to attack him. And the last thing you tell him when you walk off the mound is what you're throwing on the first pitch, so he can prepare for it.
Seth Etherton goes out there to make the visit ahead of this battle against Jace Laviolette. One of the best hitters in the country takes a fastball high and outside.
A lot of young hitters that are hunting fastballs early in counts like that in RBI situations would have gone after that elevated fastball away. Instead, he takes it, gets a count in his favor.
Takes a fastball in there. 1-1 to Laviolette. Led the SEC in conference slugging percentage, .835 last year, en route to setting the A&M single season freshman home run record, something that had stood since 1987. There's a change up just outside, 2-1.
Patience can have its virtue, I'm telling you. These guys, they just sit in there and they take so many pitches and get so many looks.
High fly ball. Laviolette gets under this. Looks like Dowd will have plenty of room and does. Both runners looking to tag, although it's a fake by Grahovic at first. Laviolette does advance the run to third, and the second time he has absolutely skied a ball that he just got under.
He did just miss it. Now he moved the lead runner 90 feet to get him in the scoring position at third base with less than 2 outs. And particularly with Montgomery coming up. So if you're going to make an out, you advance the runners, right? I mean, but he did just miss that ball. I mean, that ball's hung up there like an NFL punt for a long time.
Good amount of hang time on that ball. As Brayton Montgomery steps in, riding a 37-game on-base streak dating back to last year when he was with Stanford. Some of that on-base streak coming against USC a season ago. Now he digs in 0 for 2 so far today. The strikeout hit a line drive right into the shift, but USC can't really shift on him here with runners on the corners. Goes double play depth with 1 out and a fastball outside.
They can start to run if they want to, but by holding him, you're leaving just a little crease. You can see right there between the second baseman and the first baseman for a left-handed hitter to pull a ball, a breaker, a changeup into that hole.
Swings and misses. 1-1 the count on what will be pitch number 90 coming up next for Tyler Stromsborg. The guy who's used to pitching deep in games, though.
Because they're in double play depth, the second baseman can't go deep and behind.
Good pitch on the changeup, and it's 1-2. This is a guy in Stromsborg who surpassed 150 career innings back in the second today. He's done his part to hold the lead for USC. Big moment here, though, on a 1-2 count. To the left side, through a base hit. Montgomery's on-base streak continues as A&M ties it at 1.
Well, they were looking for a big hit. This is professional hitting. They're pull side, double play depth, pull side for him, knowing that he can and does pull balls on the ground. Remember last time he shot that ball, to the shortstop, that line drive? Stays with the same plan. Look at it. The exact same spot. He saw the opening. That's professional hitting right there.
Between Laviolette and Montgomery, 34 RBI And we are talking game number 10 of the season for those two. Montgomery has 16.
That was my career.
Still 2 on, 1 out. The first pitch driven to left field. Wells back with room and makes the catch on the track. Grahovic tags, goes to third. Another deep fly ball that just misses for A&M. Stromsborg gets the second out for Ted Burton coming up now with runners on the corners.
Yeah, he got after that. Ball was away from him, running further away from him, so wasn't able to get all the barrel in behind that ball. Kind of caught it just off the end. But Grahovic does a great job of running the bases. Once he recognized that the left fielder started to slow down, he runs back to go tag up so that he can get to third base, because originally when he first hit, he thought, well, this might go out of the park, might be a double, and as a base runner, you got to recognize that. And he did it. That's a young base runner right there, did a good job of recognizing it.
Ted Burton came up in a big spot in the first inning, struck out with runners on the corners. Now takes a changeup running inside. Stromsborg trying to get back in the dugout with a 1-1 game. Just misses on the fastball. 2-0.
It's a good take. The ball was down. That was a great pitcher's pitch. 86 mile an hour, 2-seamer. That had ground ball getting out of the inning written all over it.
Finds the zone. The trusty changeup makes it 2-1. Saw earlier Grahovic over at third. There's Jim Schlossnagle looking on. Grahovic was talking with his third base coach Nolan Cain, third-year assistant who came over from LSU. It was a good look at Nolan Cain, former pitcher for the Tigers back in the late 2000s. Talk about being on both sides of a rivalry.
Yeah. He was a good one.
Ted Burton from a Wolverine to an Aggie, former Michigan standout. Back up the middle, little jam shot. It's down. Texas A&M leads. Ted Burton comes up in the clutch.
Benny does a good job sliding his hands in. This ball's kind of running in on him. Tucks his hands in there all the way. He was trying to hit that ball back up the middle. Great at bat. Montgomery recognizes the center fielder's not going to be able to close in time on it. And he goes all the way from first to third.
You figured at a certain point A&M would start to put some hits together. That 1-0 lead would not be safe. And now it has come a tough stretch where Stromsborg made some good pitches, but Burton too good, able to fight it up the middle, and that will be the end of the line for Stromsborg.
Yeah. Hit batsman on an 0-2 and the walk, and I tell you what, he's going to leave the game. That young man pitched a great game today against a really, really good Aggie lineup.
Stromsborg coming out. New pitcher in Brock Blatter. We'll tell you about him next. A different pitcher than Brock. We'll set the stage after this. A&M head coach Jim Schlossnagle looking on. His team has been red hot to start the year. 9-0 after the 4-0 win yesterday barely been giving up any hits whatsoever. Team batting average at 349, but they finally get on the board hitting-wise in this 5th inning. 2 runs already in, RBI singles from Braden Montgomery and Ted Burton, and that chases Tyler Stromsborg from the game. Channing Austin, the new pitcher, into the game. Redshirt junior, Virginia transfer for USC, and he can really throw a tie fastball that'll reach 96.
Well, I'm anxious to see it. He's a big, tall, right-handed pitcher, and I'm sitting there watching his warm-ups, and he's going to get that fastball going downhill with great velo. He's coming into a moment right now. This is where A&M has been so good when they create these innings with walks and hit batsmen, and they get a single, then another single. His job now is to come in here and slow this game down for the Trojans.
And Austin's had a long road to get to this point. Didn't pitch at all last year, recovering from Tommy John surgery. Only made 2 appearances in his lone season at Virginia, then transferred over, got in 2 games as a sophomore, missed all last year, and now he is in there, just his 7th career appearance as a redshirt junior. 4 innings pitched this year, giving up 2 earned runs, and his 5th appearance now for SC in a big spot, trying to keep this a 1-run game, facing Jackson Appel as the first pitch is fouled off at touching 92 on the fastball. And Coach Stankiewicz back in fall said Austin could very well be a closer candidate depending on how things shook out for SC in this spring. Finds the zone there on an 0-1 change.
Yeah, he comes in, goes 92-mile-an-hour fastball, then 10-mile-an-hour off of it with that changeup on both on the same side of the plate. It's off to a good start.
To the right side, right over the glove of Jackson. Another base hit with men in scoring position. It's Appel who makes it 3-1.
This game's crazy. Every once in a while, you go back to Montgomery's first at bat when he hit that ball right at the third baseman, shifted over to shortstop with a line drive just like this one right here from Appel, just over the top of Jackson's glove. I mean, it nicked the top of his glove.
A great effort by Jackson. Normally the shortstop trying to leap and snag that one out of the air. 3 runs in this inning. Stromsborg still responsible for the runner on third now. Burton, as Blake Benderup digs in. Big wave and a miss on a slider. Well, he's happy to see Stromsborg leave. Couple of Ks for Benderup in his first 2 ABs. And what is the 7th all-time meeting between A&M and USC? Have not met since March 2005 in a pre-conference tournament. Check swing and no offer on a slider outside. That was down in Round Rock, which A&M won that game 3-1 back in 05. All the other meetings have been at College Station, where USC has actually won the all-time series 4-2.
I coached in that tournament.
Yeah.
Yep, sure did. We were at Round Rock and SC, A&M, us, Nebraska. I remember, I'm over 50, so my memory doesn't come up as good as it should, but it was about 6. Oh, Rice was there as well.
Foul back on 2-1.
It was a great tournament.
How'd you guys do in that tournament? It was a tough field.
Well, we beat Nebraska. And they had the first-round draft pick as a hitter that year, and Gordon, and I think the Aggies beat us. And then we ended up beating Rice, if I remember right. And if we didn't, I'm going to tell you we won 2 out of 3 because I can. So, right?
You're the fact checker.
I don't know. Everybody's watching right now, probably Googling right now. They go, that's not right. But that's all right.
Ty Harrington, great longtime Texas State head coach.
Sometimes you don't let the truth get in the way of a good story. So,
yeah, nothing wrong with that. Runner on the move. It's a called strike 3, and Austin gets Benderup looking, but 3 RBI singles. Braden Montgomery, Ted Burton, and Jackson Appel. The bats finally show some life for A&M as they take a 3-1 lead into the home half of the 5th. Texas A&M fans in a lot better mood now that their team just put a 3 spot on the board to take a 3-1 lead to the bottom of the 5th. A&M, a team that won 38 games a season ago for head coach Jim Schlossnagle in his second year. Were SEC tournament finalists. Ultimately came up a game short in the Stanford Regional. Won the first 2 games of that regional. Lost back-to-back contests to Stanford. Preseason 8th in the D1 baseball poll, up to 7th right now after the 9-0 start. Funny though how we talked with Coach Schloss, 3rd in the 7-team SEC West preseason poll. Some of the polls overall have him 6th, and Coach was telling us how there's some fans saying, "Hey, Coach, we're not going to finish 6th, are we, in the SEC?" And he said, "Hey, if we finish 6th, that's a great season." I mean, that's just how good this league is.
That's how good it is. Heck, you're hosting.
Hot shot. That gets down off the bat of Kia Harrison. Another nice piece of hitting for Harrison. That speaks, though, to the general town of the SEC that is as good as it has ever been. And we've had a lot of great seasons with SEC competition.
Well, they set the standard at this point in a lot of, a lot of college baseball as far as number of teams and hosting facilities. I mean, there's a lot to it, and that's why you were talking earlier about Coach Schlossnagle and them trying to renovate and get ahead, right? They're always trying to stay ahead of everybody else, and in that league, you have to. It's an arms race and facilities and so many things. And I mean, look at that. 10 teams made NCAA tournament, 8 teams hosted regionals, 6 teams advanced to super regionals, 3 teams. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. And the baseball talent in that league, if you're a scout, you could go sit in the SEC in the Big 12 and fill a roster for a big league team in the future.
Usually a pretty safe bet if you are just trying to impress your friends who ask you this time of year, "Yeah, who's going to make it to Omaha?" Just pick out of a hat like 3 top SEC teams. Just start there. Odds are you're going to hit on at least one of them. We've seen a number of SEC teams at Globe Life last couple of weekends. That is just tapped foul. Contact made there on the bat of Dowd. Stays alive on 0-2. So I certainly felt like Tennessee looked the part weekend 1 as a top 10 team. They go 2-1. Arkansas came in and the pitching was next level last weekend. And now you get A&M in here.
Yeah, power arms. Good power arms. Arkansas just kept rolling them out there.
Could be 2. The turn by Targac, not in time. Good speed by Dowd as he's able to beat out the potential double play.
Yeah, he did. Targac had to go a long ways to get over there to make the pivot. It was a great feed, but he was pulled over, and this is watching him. He has to go across the bag and throw all in one motion. He wasn't able to get in behind that throw. And you're right, that was a good job of Dowd getting down the line.
Second inning back out there for the freshman in Weston Moss. He looks really good in his first inning of work. Was super fired up. Got a couple punch outs. Freshman from Spring, Texas. Wow, that thing just went flying out of the hand of Avery Covarrubias. Everybody kind of shocked down there over at the A&M dugout. Wow.
Well, that's not the first and not the last. And it
got to look alive down there.
What's funny, well, I say funny, nobody, you can laugh at it, nobody got hurt, got hit with it, but the opposing dugout will chirp a little bit about saying something, just because it's baseball, right? No, nothing ugly, but it'll be something. Somebody will come up with something funny and say something about his, pine tar or whatever it might be.
Covarrubias takes a changeup outside. Yeah, freshman versus freshman right now. Covarrubias has had an adventurous day. Walk and a steal, hit by pitch in the 3rd on a fastball that hit directly off the bill of his helmet. Swing and a miss on the slider, and it's 1-2. Covarrubias got off to a slow start like a lot of the USC hitters to begin the year, but he's put together some impressive at-bats in this weekend's tournament so far. And has been hit a couple times as well. The USC trying to bounce back after the 3 spot to A&M in the 5th. Down low on a changeup.
You know, everybody's heading into conference. Most everybody's heading into conference next weekend. And so everybody put so much into getting ready for conference play. But the reality is it RPI-wise, it's a comprehensive schedule and how you do on the whole year.
Called strike 3 there. Covarrubias down on strikes. That's already the 3rd punch out for Moss out of the pen.
And so you gotta do good the whole year. We're gonna get another look at this. Yeah, I just locked him up. I've had that look before too, where I didn't think it was a strike as well either, but pretty good looking pitch. But there's so much RPI value in these tournaments like this that are, you know, taking place and the teams you play. And as everybody's preparing for conference, you're also preparing along the way for NCAA, being able to host, and that's why scheduling is so critical and so important, and tournaments like this are so critical and so important.
As Jacob Galloway digs in, faces an 0-1 count. Inside there, especially for a team like USC that already has started behind the 8 ball here. I mean, how bad could they use even just 1 win this weekend over a top 10 team? Help strengthen their resume as they get ready for Pac-12 play. You know, in a league too that in the final season of the Pac-12 not viewed to be as deep as it once was. Even though you still have the likes of Oregon State at the top. Oregon was really good when they came here opening weekend.
Yeah, I thought so. I mean, I thought they played really disciplined baseball. Really great defense, grinded out at bats.
A rocket that's past the leap of Bender up at first. USC putting something together with 2 outs in the 5th as Galloway sends down first to third, and a big opportunity now for Ryan Jackson.
When you get opportunities to get back in the game, answer what they gave you the half inning before, which is what the Aggies did. That's a good looking at bat right there. You realize if he's not having to hold that guy on, that's an out. It's a difference for those left-handed hitters right there as to why their average has a chance to be higher than right-handed hitters when you're having to hold those runners on at first base. It's a good piece of hitting. I don't know if he twisted his knee.
Yeah, what happened too to Braden Dowd? Already USC has lost 1 player this weekend. Bryce Martin Gridzolanek got hurt in a home plate collision yesterday, had to leave. He's out the rest of the weekend, and now Dowd just limping as he gets to third.
I can't tell if it's his calf or he's trying to stretch out his calf. You don't know if he tweaked something in the back of his knee, because he's frustrated, and so I don't think it's a cramp.
So Paul Diaz, the trainer out there, taking a look at him for SC, and we'll see if we can pick anything up here.
And sometimes, I mean, you tweak your knee a little bit, hyperextend it, because he's going to go from first to third pretty quick. Notice he glanced over his right shoulder like he's supposed to. He's good. It's going to, if it is, it's going to be in this deceleration mode. No, he was. Yeah, when he got out of the deceleration right there and slowed down, it could be a cramp, or if he tweaked his calf muscle a little bit.
He's staying in there. It's good news, but you also wonder, okay, ball in the dirt, gets away a little bit. How aggressive will he be with how valuable every run is against a team like A&M? Down 3-1. Off the end of the bat, long run for Camarillo, but made a nice first move on it and chases it down. Jackson pops out to end the threat. And Weston Moss gets out of a jam. Through 5 at Globe Life Field. 3-1 lead for Texas A&M.
Watch me. Watch me jump, dive, and splash. Put me by a pool, I'll be soaked in a flash. A girl in the water to swim like a fish. Just 2 simple legs. That was my wish. I'm a sea turtle, shark, a seal on a slide. This is my day of fun, with nothing to hide. Watch me. Pioneers in orthotic and prosthetic technology at Shriners Children's. The most amazing care anywhere.
Kane Brown in the Air Tour. Saturday, September 14th, Globe Life Field. Special guests, Cole Swindell, Locash, and Ray Lynn. Crossover superstar Kane Brown Live. So thank God I get to on sale now at KaneBrownMusic.com. Presented by AEG Presents.
Corey Seager, one of the heroes last year for Texas Rangers in their first ever World Series title in franchise history. Now at the home of the Rangers, Globe Life Field. About a month from opening day, partner. Pretty exciting stuff. I know we're in the heart of college baseball season, but then we get the combo of everything going on. Rangers set to unveil that banner in just a few weeks.
It's going to be loud when he gets in there. That little open spot right there in this beautiful stadium is going to be full or filled with a much wanted, deserved, and loved banner.
Thursday, March 28th, opening day. Rangers, as is traditional, they'll get that slot in national TV as they take on the Cubs at Globe Life. Pitch just misses as we're back underway. Channing Austin back out for his second inning of work. I did do some research, by the way, to make sure you were not fibbing. And your memory did not fail you, Coach.
No?
Texas State, 05 Round Rock Classic, you went 2-1.
All right.
You beat Nebraska in extras.
Yeah.
Lost to A&M, but you beat Notre Dame. Pretty
That's
handily.
right.
Yeah,
that's right. Paul Maneri was the coach at Notre Dame then. Who went on to win a national title at LSU and was a long-time coach there as well. That's right, it was. We played him in a night game.
Yeah, I'm not buying this whole my memory fading.
What? The only thing I remember is having to fake Alex Gordon with the runners on first and third and 2 outs. And everybody was going, "You're going to face him?" I was like, "Yeah, we did." And he popped up. He had an 800-mile fly ball.
Walk here to start the inning. Ryan Targach, a free pass on Channing Austin. Those are at the bottom of the order here in the 6th inning. Well, one thing you and I can both agree on, it is very difficult to keep track of all the realignment.
Man.
You're just going to get a notepad.
I am.
Start writing everything down. So SC goes to the Big Ten next year, along with their rivals UCLA, Oregon, and Washington. So we, throughout this 3-weekend stretch here at Globe Life Field, have seen 2 different Pac-12 teams that will go to the Big Ten. And ASU, who's coming up later, this will be their future conference tournament home, with a called strike taken by Camarillo.
You know, with all that shown right there and said about conference realignment, how would you like to try to guess what it's going to look like 10 years from now? I mean, in all honesty.
If you said the word guess.
Yeah, and it would be truly guessing, right? But, I mean, with as much change we never thought. I mean, look, there's no bigger college athletics fan than me. But change, I never dreamt I would see some of what has happened.
Inside on 1-1.
And I'm not saying it's right or wrong either. I'm just saying I didn't expect it or thought that this could happen to that level where the West Coast was going to the Midwest and North. But
little jam shot hangs up there long enough for Covarrubias to come over and make the play. I'm with you, and it's anybody's guess how it goes going forward. And the other thing, I'm curious your take on too, as a college baseball coach, and you part of conference changes and how so much of this is set around football, since that is the breadwinner sport of college athletics. But the travel that goes into this now for teams that are having to travel and play so many more games, right? And baseball files into this. I think about that and all the just like the logistics that'll go around for that, and how coaches like Andy Stankiewicz will have to manage now these pseudo cross-country trips just to play a conference weekend. It's a thing that most people probably don't think about. That's a really fascinating part of the whole realignment discussion.
Well, you got to take in a line in sports, the other sports. So you're going to fly across the country. Well, in football, you go fly across the country on a Friday, travel day, right? Walk through Friday night, play Saturday. You're on a private jet home right after the game. Or in college baseball, you're catching a late flight based on an airline schedule, right? And then you're going to check, grab a connecting flight, whether it's Atlanta. I'm not sure, you're going that far, where that connection will be. And then getting kids home, who knows at what time. Now, if you're going back to the West Coast, you're gaining that back some because of the hours. But the travel part of it to me is going to be a challenge. But it's the world we live in. I mean, that's just the way it is. And look, the conferences are going to be unbelievable. Oh my God! I mean, now the talent and the type of play is going to be incredible.
So 1-2 to Grahovic. Slices one down the right field line. He just missed a home run a couple innings ago in that same area. This one goes foul. Ultimately walked and scored in that 3-run 5th inning for A&M. Jim Schlossnagle, Aggie head coach, looks on as we play in the top of the 6th. The A&M threw 14 innings in the field this weekend, 1 run allowed. Pretty stark turnaround to a team that was one of the worst pitching staffs in the SEC a season ago. And now it's the Bats who haven't had to do much. 4 runs yesterday and a 4-0 win. Finally got on the board in the 5th as Grahovic takes a ball down low and outside, 2-2. On A&M joining the SEC. Hard to believe it's been a little bit over a decade ago. How time flies.
Yeah.
And the first version of realignment, that's inside on 2-2.
Yeah, I guess that was the first major, move. I don't know. After I started to think, wow, what will it look like possibly in 10 years? And
Rudder on the move here. They try to hit out of the double play and do so. Grounded to the right side as Grahovic grounds out. Nice play by Jackson, who was going to second to cover, had to backtrack there. Targach to second for Laviolette, who comes up with 2 outs.
Yeah, you're right, man. That was a good play. He was headed to the bag for coverage. It's the second time now that the Aggies have started the runner up on a 3-2 count, less than 2 outs, and it kind of stays with that slider and hits it towards the second baseman, who had to retreat back and go make a play and throw him out at first base.
A nice job done by Channing Austin. Ends up getting 3 outs out of the pen. Came in to get the last out last inning and gets 2 outs here as he will exit. Laviolette, the lefty, up. So USC goes to a lefty out of a pen. We'll tell you about him next in a 3-1 game. Lefty-lefty matchup coming for the talented Jace Laviolette of Texas A&M, and it's a freshman who gets that assignment for USC, Mason Edwards. Been a tough start to his SC career, the local product out of LA, and is set to make his 4th appearance of the season. 0-2 so far. Ty 8 innings, 9 earned. Struggled in the midweek, gave up 5 runs against Michigan, but a big opportunity to get some confidence right here if you get the out on the lefty-lefty matchup with 2 outs.
Well, that's exactly what he's in there for, is to try to take a little bit of that average away by running out on the left side against Laviolette. And, you know, it's just, he could be in there for a 1-hitter, 2-hitter, depending how it is and what his stuff is like. But his sole moment right now is to get the Aggie home run leader out.
Sometimes you see freshmen come in, they struggle with command, trying to be too fine with the pitches, and other times it's just getting too much of the plate, trying to be too efficient, and that's really been the issue so far for Edwards. He's given up 3 home runs already, gave up 2 against Loyola Marymount a couple weeks ago. Michigan took him deep in midweek. That's always a concern when you think about Laviolette, and fans certainly excited to see a guy in Laviolette come to the plate.
Yeah, he was. He was having a good time. I'll tell you what, the baseball field is such a beautiful place and so much fun. That young man will be the next rock star. So is this guy right here at the plate.
Laviolette 2 sky-high flyouts so far, along with a walk. Takes a called strike. Good-looking slider there. Now, Laviolette so far yet to record a hit this weekend. 0 for 4. He has walked 3 times. And sort of expects a lot of walks on Laviolette. Not a ton of great pitches to hit. At least that's the goal if you're an opposing pitching staff. They'll punish you if you make any mistakes. Lays off that slider 1-1.
Sometimes when you're a really good hitter, you got great power, and you just and if you go a couple of game or 2 of not getting a hit, and you know you start to press a little bit. And I haven't seen that yet from him.
Watches a fastball go by, 90 on the outer half.
A nice crowd in here today, in the middle of a Saturday, beautiful afternoon in Arlington.
Slider low and outside. There's a good look at all those Aggie fans. Some
I should
USC
say
fans here today, but a lot of Aggie fans.
I should say, yeah, that's right. Man, there's a lot of, it's a great crowd and a lot of Aggie crowd.
Two offering down low in the dirt. Edwards gets ahead of Laviolette 1-2, now 3-2. USC just trying to stay in contact right now. Gave up a 3 spot in the 5th after taking an early 1-0 lead back in the 2nd. 3-2. Fouls it off.
In some orders, if the Aggies, your opponent, or Laviolette was playing on the other team in a 3-2 pitch, you would throw something edge. You would throw something off the edge to try to get him to chase. But he's liable to, and he's capable, and the stats show you he'll take his walk, and then you got to face Montgomery next.
Oh, they've got the pickoff though, but the throw was very slow over to second. A high release, a high leg kick, and it allows Targac to take third, who was off on first movement.
Well, 2 mistakes made, but one of them got away with it. And that's Targac. Because in all honesty, when he inside moved, he shouldn't have thrown to second. That's when you stop and then throw the ball in front of the runner to the third baseman. Targac got away with it. But you're still 1 pitch away, if you can, to get out of this inning.
Swing and a miss. He does just that. The slider gets Laviolette on K's. 3-1 lead for A&M. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Good one from Globe Life Field in Arlington.
You're so much more than just a landowner. You're a gardener, a groundskeeper, and a landscaper. That's why you need versatile, durable Kubota equipment.
3 bands, 1 stadium. Def Leppard, Journey, the Steve Miller Band, together. 3 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame icons. Their biggest hits, August 12th, Globe Life Field. Tickets on sale now at DefLeppardJourney2024.com.
Chris Stapleton's All-American Roadshow. Saturday, June 15th, Globe Life Field, with special guests Tedeschi Trucks Band and Marcus King. On sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Chris Stapleton's All-American Roadshow. New album, Higher, available now.
Let's look at some Aggie fans as we go to the bottom of the 6th. A&M with a 3-1 lead on top of USC. And Coach Jim Schlossnagle, I'm wondering who's looking after the horses this weekend, Ty, because they've been at home starting the year. And Coach Schloss, they bought a farm in the offseason, not too far away from Bluebell Park. Someone's got to watch those bad boys.
I tell you what, it's his out right there. Like his relief, his exhale. Horses, a farm, or ranch, I'm sorry, and cutting hay, baling hay. First time I met Jim, I thought I saw that in his lifetime ahead of him. But
hey, never too late to pivot, right?
And he is all in and having a good time with it.
A called strike here on his pitching has certainly got him in a good mood with how this A&M season has started out. 9-0 as a team. Defense really good as well. A&M did not make an error, only 5 so far this year as we play in game number 10. Andrew Lamb pulling one foul. And they do make a couple defensive changes. Caden Kent into the game. Ryan Targach slides over from second to first, who made a couple nice plays coming in as a defensive sub last night, while Benderup is out of the game. So it will be the 7 hole that Caden Kent slides into over there.
And we all have great ideas. Everybody does. Everybody's got creativeness to them. Jim Schlossnagle has those same thoughts, but what he does, probably out there on that tractor now on his ranch, is that he reacts to his thoughts and his creativeness.
Ripped fair. That's right on the chalk by Andrew Lamb down the right field line. Digs for 2 and makes it. Coach Schloss now will watch his young pitcher Weston Moss, how he handles with this runner in scoring position. Second straight inning, USC's had some traffic on the base paths.
Yeah, it looked like a break. It was something secondary, whether it was a changeup, but more like a breaker in on him. He gets that barrel right in the middle of it. I mean, it's fair by a couple of inches, but that's all it takes is for it to cross over that white of that bag over at first base, goes down and then hit that lip that comes out on the fencing out there, which makes it kind of unique when you play at this ballpark if you don't know how to play it. And I gotta tell you, if I was a Big 12 team and I knew I was playing the Big 12 championship here, I would try to find a way to come play a midweek game or weekend game or something to get used to this facility and the dynamics of the outfield wall and the uniqueness of it. We're going to see a pitching change.
Now, Moss did go 2 innings out of the pen, gives up the double, and his day is done. Solid outing for the freshman as Coach Schlossnagle takes the ball from him. Ethan Hedges due up when we return after the leadoff double by Andrew Lamb as a new pitcher enters the fray. For Texas A&M, we'll get a look at the Texas transfer Josh Stewart when we return. Texas A&M has gotten great pitching all weekend. Now they turn to another bullpen arm. Josh Stewart, the Texas transfer, second year as an Aggie, who makes his third appearance of the year, 14th as a member of Texas A&M. Aggies only had to use 2 pitchers yesterday. Ty's in a really good spot right now. Totally fresh bullpen here as we play in the bottom of the 6th.
And if you can continue on that path of fresh bullpen, meaning you guys got to come in and get, if you can get 6 quality outs and give up, 0 run or 1 run or something like that, you don't, your bullpen doesn't get, a home shot in it, and it allows you to be prepared for Sunday. A lot of guys that threw yesterday, right? For, USC ran a lot of guys out there yesterday. They can't really rebound until tomorrow for the guys who had extended outings. And even then, some of those guys got extended some. They're not going to always have the same stuff the second time in a weekend.
A whole lot of guys just stretching, hanging out down there, getting loose. First look is a fastball low and outside. Ethan Hedges had a great game yesterday. Had the 2 RBI singles early for USC. Hedges, a sophomore, had a great career at Mater Dei High School, the powerhouse there in SoCal, and swings and misses over the top of a slider, 1-1.
Well, Stewart's going to create a lot of angle. Look how far over on the rubber he is towards third base, and he's going to make an angle coming right across those right-handed hitters, and he steps towards them. Well, you talking about putting pressure on that front hip and that front shoulder of those right-handed hitters. He tries to run that fastball away, and then that breaker on that same line, and it crosses in front of them, making them look like it's a hittable pitch.
2-1 swung on and missed. That slider too, and yet factor in the movement as well.
Yeah, and it moves all the way across. And look, it's an 88 mile an hour, 83 mile an hour slider just coming right across your face, meaning sight.
Full, yep, 3-2. A guy who's only had 4 batters faced so far this year in his 2 outings. Works against the middle of the SC order. Hedges with Wells waiting on deck. A 3-2 offering. Swing and a miss. Slider gets past Hedges for out number 1.
What a good one, too. And again, we were just talking about at the beginning of this at bat, well, the way Stewart sets up on that rubber and how far that slider comes across. It's just so hard to stay off of it at the angle that it is. Now, how come he does that? Why does he do that? You have to be able to do it, and you also have to be able to go extension side, meaning you got to carry that ball a little bit further all the way across to the first base side of home plate.
Back to the slider now. We'll see how it looks against the lefties. Carson Wells takes a strike. Wells to the right side, a high chopper that Targac comes to field and makes the play. Over to third goes Lamb.
Well, he got after him with a breaker first, and he throws an inline fastball. That left-handed hitter coming across at an angle, and it kind of tucks back towards the plate and just traps his barrel. And the only thing he was able to do is just like that, lay that barrel right down over the top of it for an easy ground ball. I mean, that is way over there on that other side of that rubber. Everybody in the Aggie dugout hollering, get over, get over, get over.
First pitch served to right field, falling fast. It's down. Austin Overn drops one right in front of Montgomery. And the Trojans get a response. Lamb comes in from third. It's a 3-2 game.
Yeah, just what they needed with 2 outs. 2-out hitting is such a huge part of success in winning games. And it ran that fastball, almost looked like a cutter in on him. And he got just enough. He didn't kill that thing with his barrel, but it's the beauty of baseball. He got just enough of it to get over to second baseman and in front of the right fielder for a base hit and an RBI.
And they've really been looking for Overn to improve just his general approach at the plate. As Harrison swings and misses on that fastball, guy who too often swings for the fences, and they're just trying to put the barrel on the ball for a guy who has the best speed on the team. And 2 outs. Now that it's a 1-run game, you would just figure naturally Overn would be on the move in some sort of fashion. And Texas A&M thinking the same thing as they throw over a guy who had 14 triples last year.
You know, they're thinking right along with you that you're right. And sometimes when it got picks, as a coach, you know that they may be going to a breaker or something secondary. Just trying to protect it and hold them in there just a little bit longer.
Kia Harrison, he has been an unsung hero today for USC. Hits in both of his at-bats, an RBI double in the second. The slider almost hit him on the back foot, 1-1. Had one hit all of last year. Has 5 in his first 10 ABs this year. Surprised to see that big aggressive lead from Auburn, who was the nation's triples leader last season. Those 14 triples were more than 203 combined Division I teams, like total team triples. Little chopper foul that hit the shin there of Harrison, and the count goes to 1-2.
Stewart on the two lefties he's faced, it's been first base side of the plate. Everything's been in on them, and he's trying to trap their bat with his fastball, which is a plus, you know, velo fastball, but then he uses that slider in on them on that same inside fastball line to try to get them to swing over it or to drive it down into the ground.
Driven to the right side and through. What a day for Harrison. He's 3 for 3. Montgomery crashing in makes a nice play to hold up Auburn at second. But the inning not done for USC, who already have a run in.
Well, just another good at bat. Gets the barrel to it. Ball got in the middle of the plate. Gets to the top of it. The beauty of being a left-handed hitter with a runner on first base right there. First baseman's having to hold a runner. He can't go over and make a play and feed the pitcher. That's why if you got a young kid that likes to hit and he can hit on the left side, there's an extra probably 20 points on your batting average from the left side.
And we saw Braden Dowd pull up limping the last time he was on the bases, so he's been taken out of the game. Kevin Takeuchi comes in to pinch hit, who was a starter yesterday, had a nice game, the freshman from San Diego. Takeuchi had a double and scored the opening run of the tournament. Takes a fastball high. Takeuchi came in last inning into left field. They moved Carson Wells over to right, so those were the USC changes. Swing and a miss. 1-2 on Takeuchi.
Stewart really loving going to that extension side. I wouldn't be shocked if they don't try to go back out there with that again with that slider.
Got him right on cue. It's the slider. Stewart gives up a base hit to Auburn to make it a one-run game, but punches out Takeuchi. We've played 6 in our first of the day from Globe Life Field. Really good game between USC and Texas A&M. 1-run lead for the Aggies going to the 7th. Texas A&M has only scored in 1 inning. It was a big one. 3 runs scored. All started with a hit by pitch to Ali Camarillo. SC has had some good offense as well. That was the RBI double from Kaikia Harrison to get the Trojans on the board first. With USC taking that 1-0 lead. Ethan Hedges got hit back in the second as well, and then SC gets the run in the last inning. Austin Overn, nice piece of hitting to drop an RBI single in front of Braden Montgomery. So that's how SC is on the board. A&M with that 3 spot in the 5th tie. And it's been a pretty tightly played game as a result as we go to the 7th and the heart of the order due up for the Aggies.
So far the game's been about 2-out hitting. Both teams been able to capitalize on some 2-out RBIs, and how critical and how important that is, and the success in winning. Not being able to execute with 2 outs, set yourself up for an opportunity to lose when you start leaving 8 to 10 men on base.
A great job, too, by Mason Edwards coming out of the pen. He got the last out of the 6th inning, striking out Jason LaViolette. He's back out there, gets the switch hitter, Braden Montgomery, another lefty on deck. Montgomery shoots it the other way. Well, he went opposite field for a homer as a lefty last night. Opposite field single from the right side of the plate today.
There's a lot to like about watching this young man hit. And he showed off his arm last inning too, by the way, if you remember. But he just lets that ball get in there. He sees it a long time, doesn't hurry, doesn't jump out to go get the ball. Strong enough to get his hands inside, use his barrel, and drive the ball the other way. I don't know that we've seen him pull a ball yet this weekend. Everything's been opposite field, I think.
You're right. Last night, a homer then was hit twice, somewhat controversially, especially the second one. And he was hit after a home run in back-to-back at bats, and then struck out in the 7th. So every ball in play has been the other way from Montgomery. Hayden Schott now digs in as a lefty. Pretty righty heavy the rest of the order after this, with a couple switch hitters there in for Texas A&M. Just misses on the 1-0.
He's using almost a slide step. I mean, it's going to be hard. I mean, you start the runner up, it almost would be a run and hit or a hit and run type play. But he's really, or at least the last pitch was really quick to the plate.
Called strike on 2-0. And the Aggies ran a lot last year, 91 stolen bases, second in the SEC, and you sort of work that balance, right, when you have such good power, but you also understand your speed can lead to extra runs. Montgomery 1 for 2 on his stolen bases early on this season.
You know, I thought we've seen it twice today. We just talked about the last half inning. I mean, that right side, as you look right there, first baseman holding the runner on for a left-handed hitter. That's a bigger spot to be able to pull a ball and get it through.
And this one right past Jackson was more in double play depth, and that was the difference. It's another base hit. Schott follows Montgomery. A&M has the first 2 aboard in the 7th.
Oh, a good piece of hitting it is, just out of the second baseman's glove reach. He tries to dive for it. I gotta be honest with you, I thought Montgomery was going to third. A&M has done such an aggressive job of going to third base, but you saw him look over his right shoulder like you're taught to see the distance, whether the center fielder or the outfielder's closing down on the ball. Oh, it's great base running. He held up, didn't think he could make it, and he held up at second base.
That'll do it for Edwards as he exits. The lefty facing 3 batters, got the big K of LaViolette, but gives up back-to-back singles to start this inning. And in a 1-run game, Andy Stankiewicz right back to the bullpen. Used 7 pitchers yesterday. Another reliever coming up next will set the stage. Texas A&M is threatening here in the 7th. Here's how they got their 3 runs in the 5th. Started with a hit by pitch. There was a walk in there, and then Braden Montgomery tie going the opposite way. That really opened the floodgates.
It did, and a timely 2-out hit. Kind of got in on him a little bit, shows his bat strength. Burton drives that ball to center field for a base hit. And then to right field. They create their offense by getting on base and taking good swings in RBI situations.
You can pitch really, really well as a team like USC has, and still you can't keep A&M down the whole way. 3 runs in the 5th, and now threatening for one of the reliable pitchers out of the SC bullpen, Brock Blatter, who came in yesterday. The good news for some of those USC relievers was they didn't face a lot of batters. Blatter just got 1 out, walked 2 batters. Was a little bit wild, the Alabama transfer, and faces a team he is familiar with from his SEC days. Now takes on the Aggies in a big spot, trying to keep it a 1-run game.
You know, sometimes you come back the second day and you're better. You can be better because the first day, Ben, you were so amped up that you couldn't get the ball in the strike zone or command it like you would like to. So we'll see. I mean, if his velo's good and his command gets a little bit better, and if his breaker control is a little bit sharper than what it was yesterday. And sometimes the second time out, they're not quite as fired up and amped up. Heart rate's not quite as powerful as it was the first time.
Brock Blatter, first pitch down low. Never pitched against A&M, though. He only got in 6 games last year with Alabama. Only pitched in 1 SEC conference game against Kentucky, and didn't pitch after late March. Decided to transfer to USC. He faces Ted Burton with 2 on, nobody out. He falls behind 2-0.
If he walks one, you know, I don't know how long that leash would be after a couple walks yesterday. And he's focusing right here, try to go to the outer half of the plate, middle outer half of the plate with his fastball.
Outside again, 3-0. And a guy, too, that is a pitcher that Andy Stankiewicz will likely use a ton this year in different roles. He's already pitched in 5 games. This is his 6th. They originally thought he could be stretched out to a starter, but for now he's got that big arm used in a relief role. And he's struggling with the command right now. Not a team you want to struggle with against, as the ball 4 chance come, and it's bases loaded, nobody out, with Burton drawing the walk.
Yeah. You can try to tune that out as much as you want to or like to, but when you're out there, you hear it. I mean, you're able to, if you're the good ones are able to focus through it, play through it, but it gets your attention.
Five pitches, 5 balls. Jackson Appel. And with every pitch, the chants grow.
They do it in unison, don't they? Like they've been practicing.
Not close, 2-0. I'm sure for you as a coach, you played Bluebell. I don't know what you would tell your guys in situations like these. Not much you can say, right?
It's just, there's a lot of deep breath, a lot of breathing going on. We're going to come out, try to talk to him, slow his mind down. It's distractive. I mean, you have times where you're able to focus through and look through something, what you're hearing is the best way to put it, right? And what I mean by that is you're able to look through to your catcher and muscle motor memory takes over, or you're able to focus through, what's going on around you externally with the crowd. But I promise you, it's not easy. It's not. I mean, when they've got 8,000 up, imagine if they build that ballpark, or when they get that renovated ballpark, if 15,000 people are doing this at one time, it's going to be a TikTok phenomenon. 15,000 people doing the same thing.
Well, a smartly timed mound visit by the pitching coach Seth Etherton. We'll test the stamina here of the ball chance. And that's a 7th straight ball since coming in.
I think we got a ball.
And now balk. Wow, so they don't even count the pitch. It's a balk instead of a ball. Still makes it 3-0 anyway, and that drives in a run. 4-2 now Aggies as we'll take another look. Montgomery scores.
Yeah, Coach Schleifnagel came flying out of the dugout as soon as I saw the third base coach raise his hand, third base umpire raise his hand, and it didn't come to a stop. Well, you're coming back out a second time on the same hitter.
I have to think that might be all. In a 3-0 count, Andy Stankiewicz not wasting any more time. Now you feel for Brock Blatter.
Yeah, I mean, and look, he's got better days ahead. I mean, look, things like this happen every once in a while in sports. It's unfortunate. The crowd does get involved. They love to get involved. There's very few crowds in the world that get as excited as the Aggie crowd does, and in support of their team. And it's distractive, and it's hard sometimes to look through it, think through it, and react through it.
6 balls thrown and a balk. They do reset the count to 2-0. And he comes out. Garen Rizzo, a freshman, gets thrown into the fire as he enters in. I don't know what the rules are on the ball call when, as a fan, when you get a new pitcher coming in, but you'd figure those will be there when we come back. Garen Rizzo enters the fray. This thing's starting to get away from USC. 4-2. What is the discussion?
Well, what I just said. I mean, the discussion is you made a mound visit on that hitter, right? Etherton came out during that hitter, but now you come back a second time on the same hitter. I guess is what they're trying to discuss.
Doesn't that mean you have to make a change?
Yes, and they did. And so, but I don't know if they're. I mean,
they're going to review on this.
You can't go back and review a ball. A balk.
I don't think that's what it is. I mean,
but why are they?
Why
we have more help
right now?
Yeah. I mean, we'll get a chance here in a minute to find out what's going on.
Again, Brock Blatter, he comes in, walks the first batter he faced through 2 balls. Mound visit. You know, the only thing I can think of, so he comes in, and it's 2-0, right? Pitching coach comes out. Before he throws the next pitch, he balks. So I don't know if there's some distinction there where you have to throw another pitch. And I think that's the thing here, because the count never changed.
Right.
So that's the only thing I can think of, Ty, because again, it was mound visit, balk, pitching change, and I think this could be a thing where you have to throw another pitch.
You can't go back out.
And this now creates supreme awkwardness, because look at the mound.
Hey, just kidding. Hey, just kidding. You're going to stay out here, right? But see, you can't. That's when he came out. I was like, wait a minute. I don't know that you can go.
You have to be staying out there.
You got to complete the hitter unless you're injured. And I was like, when he came out, because remember when he came out, I was like, well, he's going back out, and so now he'll get a hipple.
And that's the explanation that they're sending out at Jim Schlossnagel. Here's another look at the ball.
Yeah, here's the ball. Glove moving, foot moving. Remember what we talked about last night? If you weren't watching, you got to come to a discernible stop, meaning there has to be a complete hesitation when you stop. And to the umpire's mind, he didn't feel like that he came to a complete show of stop. If you'd have watched, I mean, he was kind of rocking a little bit with that glove length, and then you got to just stop and hold it, pause, and then go to the plate. But then when Andy came back out, I was kind of like, wait a minute, I don't know that you can come back out now. And even though you're making, in your mind as a coach, I'm going to make the move, he's coming out of the game.
Well, here's the awkward part of this now. What happens if you throw a ball? Do you take him out on
Yeah.
3-0.
No, for sure you do.
Probably what, I mean, it's one pitch, right?
Yeah.
What happens if it's a strike? Then what do you do?
Yeah, and the pitcher was warming up in the dugout.
Don't see that.
That's big time. That's like back in the day.
And he misses. 3-0. Again, you can make a mid-count change. Not anymore.
No, he's already been out. See, here we go. They're going to put him on and move on. Now move on. He's got to finish the hitter.
If you have the mid.
He'd already been out. Right. Etherton went out there during the hitter. And I'm assuming that's what this discussion has been about.
Because if you haven't made a visit, you can go out and make a change mid-count if you want to. Now here's where the awkwardness comes in. Okay.
Yeah, we'll do it again. But now what's even more interesting is the coach didn't even go out. The pitcher just ran out. The new pitcher just ran out onto the mound and said, all right, I got you. I'm coming in the game now.
So that goes down as an intentional walk for Appel. And if you think about it from Bladder's perspective, it's tough to even have to come back out there too, and you don't get saved any embarrassment on that as a result. Now you come out, you give up your pitch comm, and it's Garen Rizzo who comes in. Yeah, tough day at the office for Brock Bladder. And we did get word too from our awesome production team. They were not looking at any video. Umpires just wanted to confirm what the count was from the truck, making sure it was 2-0. So we got that all straightened out.
You had to finish the count. I mean, he had to finish the hitter.
If you have the mid-count visit, right.
I don't know the last time that I watched a pitching change where the coach didn't go out there when this new pitcher went out there. He just ran out on the field as soon as ball 4 was out there, and he ran out to the mound.
When's the last time you saw a pitcher throwing full warm-up pitches in the dugout?
Well, now I've seen that before. I've actually done that before. I've had a position player before, because a lot of times back in the day, the umpires wouldn't let you get in front of the home plate, and he was a position player, couldn't go to the bullpen all the way out there, so he would throw in those bigger dugouts, just trying to stay loose.
I mean, I figure you've seen everything.
Yeah, baseball. Well, no, I've not seen everything. No, let me know, sir. Now, let me tell you something about this game. Just by the time you think you've seen everything,
that's awesome.
Something like that just happens. Or, what we just saw in just a second ago.
All right, so Rizzo is a freshman. He just made his debut midweek and was really, really good against Michigan. 2 spotless innings, did not give up a hit. Only blemish was a hit by pitch.
No, coach, I got this. He's just coming in. I got you.
I'm going to need. He's like, I'm going to need that, but
how the game has changed with technology, and you know what? In my personal opinion, everybody can tell me I'm different. That's more than okay with me too. I think it's helped the game. I think it has sped up the game. I think and here goes the Aggie fans again.
Well, it is 8 straight balls. So there's the pitch comm watch they've got. Lost in all this, the chaos here and the mound visits and the change. 1 run is already in. Bases are still loaded. There's nobody out. A&M has a chance to put this game away, and USC will bring the infield about halfway in here with a called strike taken. It's also Caden Kent, as finally a strike is in there, and it's the first strike on the first pitch from Garen Rizzo. Kent came in on defense last inning at second base. He gets his first AB today. Little skewer shot foul, 0-2. Rizzo tries to do what his teammate Josh Blum did yesterday. Came in, bases loaded, nobody out. Got 3 straight punch outs. That was in the bottom of the 9th to at least force extra innings.
Like 10 pitches?
Yeah.
10 pitches? Something like that?
High pop-up off the bat of Kent. Long run in for Wells, who's moved over to right field. This doesn't look deep enough to tag, and everybody has to hold up.
That's a big out possibly right there for the Trojans. In a big moment. Bases loaded. Gets a fly ball not deep enough to advance the runner from third base 90 feet to score with less than 2 outs. And I started in talking about the technology now and how it's changed the game, and think it's helped the game. I think it's helped speed up the game, and there's clarity. It's rare that you pitchers or catchers get mixed up or crossed up now, because everybody's just looking at their what looks like a watch or an Apple Watch and getting the cadence of the signs.
Now Ryan Targac in, takes a ball high. And just part of the process now, guys. Similar to the pitch clock. You just get used to it. And at this point, it just feels like part of the game. Rizzo looks down, has the sign, and misses outside of the fastball, 2-0. Garen Rizzo, they love his curveball. It's got not necessarily 12-6 movement, but more like 11-5. If you think about the clock and the movement he has with it. Fastball usually tops out at 91. Big swing and a miss on a 2-0 fastball from Garen Rizzo. Faces Ryan Targac. Has walked in his 3 trips.
A minute ago you were talking about they brought the infield in, and you were right, because there was nobody out. Now there's one out. They're back playing in double play depth, trying to get a double play to get out of there in the middle.
Another wave and a miss. Good life on that fastball. Evens the count, 2-2. 1 run already in for Texas A&M. 3rd pitcher of the inning for USC. In a 4-2 game, A&M trying to extend its unbeaten streak to 10-0. SC desperate to turn things around after a 2-7 start. Popped foul. And Targac also desperate to get back to his all-SEC form of 2 years ago when he hit almost 300. Averaged down in the low 200s last year, and he is 5 for his first 20 to start 2024.
Might be one of those moments, Ben. He goes to that good changeup. He threw 3 pitches before, right off that 90-mile-an-hour fastball he just threw. Tried to get something off the end of the bat for possible rollover ground ball.
He does go to the change, but lost a bit of command, and now it's 3-2. Nowhere to put Targac. Good look at the crowd inside Globe Life Field. Mostly Aggie fans. Ahead of a 3-2 count. Bases loaded. 1 out in the 7th. High fly ball. Over and back. Still going. Has enough room to bring it in. A long, loud sac fly as the runners from 2nd and 3rd can tag. Shot is in, and Targac delivers with the sac fly.
Well, he does. And that was a, I guarantee that Aggie dugout just kind of exhale a little bit, because that punch out with a hitter before, gets to full count, works it to full count. It's a deep, deep fly ball. A couple other ballparks could be up against the fence. He's able to get the runner in with less than 2 from 3rd base.
Hit that 393. And a shot comes in to score. That run closes the book on Mason Edwards, responsible for the 2 runs that have scored so far. Bladder responsible for the 2 guys on base right now as Ali Camarillo comes up. He started that rally in the 5th. It was a 0-2 hit by pitch. Things were going so well for Tyler Stromsborg, the starter today. And that's all it can take sometimes, Ty. You've seen it. Hit by pitch on 0-2, and next thing you know, Aggies had 3 across. Ball down low, 1-0. Pop up in on the hands. Hedges loses his hat. Oh, collision, but Hedges hangs on. Like they're playing a game of Twister over there. Galloway, Hedges in an awkward position, but the first baseman makes the catch. And a disastrous inning for USC finally comes to an end. Have to use 3 pitchers. A run is balked in. A&M scores 2 in the inning. All-time favorite Twister positions we'll discuss next. That's a good one.
Watch me. Watch me tumble, jump, and soar. When our squad is on point, we own the floor. Dazzling stunts and dances are my jam. Pain once caused issues, but they had a plan. A life-changing brace with no surgery to fear. Activity without limits. One more reason to cheer. Watch Me. Industry-leading scoliosis treatment at Shriners Children's. The most amazing care anywhere.
Your pride and joy is measured in acres. Keep them looking their best with the Kubota lineup. Versatile sidekick utility vehicles. The #1 rated tractor brand for durability and owner experience. Professional grade mowers for a professional cut. It's equipment built with one purpose, to get the job done right.
The American Western Weekend. 2 nights of Western sports and live entertainment. Deep in the heart of Texas. March 8th and 9th, Globe Life Field. Friday night, the American Performance Horsemen with a concert by Luke Bryan. Saturday night, the American Rodeo with a concert by Post Malone. The American Western Weekend, March 8th and 9th. Tickets on sale at AmericanRodeo.com.
A slow start for the offenses, but things have really heated up since 5-2 games stretch time as A&M starter Tanner Jones working his way back off a inter-squad scrimmage cramp in his lat, so hasn't been stretched out more than 50 pitches. He went 3 innings today. Braden Montgomery, back-to-back singles for him. Montgomery also scoring the 4th run of the day for A&M. USC, a really good day from Kaikia Harrison, a perfect 3 for 3. For the 8-hole hitter, but down 5-2 as we go to the bottom of the 7th. Josh Stewart back out for his 2nd inning of work. 1-1 count to Avery Covarrubias. Man, Stewart's really spent a lot of time in the dugout. What a bizarre last half inning that was all the way around.
This game can do that, but you're right. It was a long sit for him.
The chopper is handled by Targach. He can play second, he can play first. That's where he moved over to mid-game, and he makes the play on Covarrubias.
He can play defense. That guy's a baseball player. I mean, I love the idea of being able to move them different places, and as a coach, you love that. But flexibility and helps your lineup, your order, and then to be able to go in late and put in a great defender over at first base. It's a huge asset for the Aggies.
A foul tip and a strike to Galloway. It's one thing, too. We talked so much in the offseason to start this year about the A&M, the pitching, and the hopeful turnaround if they are going to make a run to Omaha. That's been viewed as the catalyst, but your defense can make the pitching look a whole lot better. Swing and a miss here, and it's 0-2. It's really just the walks that hurt that, because there's nothing you can do to defend a walk.
Nope, there's not, except throw strikes. I just right now, you sit here and you watch Stewart. He just keeps going to that same side. Did it again.
It's in on the hands of Galloway. High pop up into shallow right center. Caden Kentz with the call on the catch.
Successfully, Stewart's been able to trap the left-handed batter's barrels, not allow him to get it extended, to get it out there. And to the right-handed hitters, he's been able to keep that slider and the fastball away from them where they can't drive the ball.
And USC now searching for answers, as they've given up 5 of the last 6 runs in this game, running out of time to make a late surge. Jackson, it takes a fastball high. And it's proven today that Stewart, that approach that you talked about, super effective against both righties and lefties as he finds the zone here 1-1.
It's hard to do. I mean, he's making it look easy. It's not as easy as he's doing when you're that far over on the rubber, the angle you're trying to create going back across, because he's throwing it back across to the other side of the plate. You got to have great flexibility in your lower half like he does, and you got to be able to get that arm all the way through, which he's been doing.
Another pop-up. Targach wants this, and a lightning-fast 1-2-3 inning for Josh Stewart, creating some off-balance swings for the Trojans as we go to the 8th. A&M still up by 3.
Your pride and joy is measured in acres. Keep them looking their best with the Kubota lineup. Versatile Sidekick utility vehicles. The #1 rated tractor brand for durability and owner experience. Professional grade mowers for a professional cut. It's equipment built with one purpose, to get the job done right.
Elevate your ballpark experience with a tour of Globe Life Field and experience the home of the Texas Rangers like never before. Go behind the scenes and explore premium spaces, unique club settings, luxury suites, and more. Along the way, you'll discover rich history, impressive architecture, and fun photo opportunities around every corner. Globe Life Field's many tour offerings are sure to take your ballpark visit to the next level. For more information and to book your experience, visit globelifefield.com.
Kane Brown in the Air Tour. Saturday, September 14th, Globe Life Field. Special guests, Cole Swindell, Locash, and Ray Lynn. Crossover superstar Kane Brown Live. So thank God I get to on sale now at KaneBrownMusic.com. Presented by AEG Presents.
Another tremendous field of college baseball at one of the best venues in the country, Globe Life Field in Arlington. Today's broadcast is brought to you by Kubota. You need equipment with more reliability and versatility built in, like Kubota BX and L Series compact tractors, rated #1 in durability and owner experience. Underway in the 8th, Gavin Grahovic, little chin music. As Garen Rizzo got the final 3 outs of that crazy 7th inning. 3 different pitchers used for USC. He's back out for another inning of work. In a 5-2 game, Texas A&M looking to go to a perfect 10-0 on the season with a fastball outside. And the top of the order for the Aggies.
I don't remember the number that Coach Schlossnagle gave us about. I think they ended up being 2nd in the SEC or in the country last year in number of pitches seen.
Pitches per plate appearance.
Yeah, and overall total pitches seen by the whole team the whole year. They were like #2 in the country or something like that. And yes, and that's part of their offense. And when you lead the country in walks, and this is what they do.
A 4-pitch walk to Grahovic. And this is what we just had in the last inning. A whole lot of walks. And it's all about the approach, just being so patient. So many teams you see get off to a slow start like the Aggies did first 4 innings especially. You start to press a little bit at the plate, try to do too much. A&M doesn't do that. They say we trust our stuff. We will eventually find ways, even if we are not necessarily pounding balls gap to gap all day.
They practice it from the fall on, even in their side work, the BP work.
And Laviolette pounds one down the line. That's a fair ball. Grahovic on his horse. He's being waved around third. Laviolette with a triple, and Grahovic makes it a 6-2 game. A second triple this year for Jace Laviolette, one of the best hitters in the country, does it again.
He does. He gets the first pitch, middle in fastball. I mean, he scorches this ball down to right field. He gets tangled up down there. Again, talking about the different outfield and the walls all the whole time. Grahovic's going. They keep him aggressively going. Laviolette goes all the way to third base. Look at this. He's putting his eye, picks his coach up immediately before he gets to third base like he's taught. Slide. The batter, the next guy on deck, standing right there, telling him which way to slide. It's textbook base running.
That ball had gotten away. There was a split second where Laviolette tried to go for home. And with Braden Montgomery coming up, Andy Stankiewicz will go back to his bullpen for a 6th arm of the day for USC. Rizzo was really good to put out the fire last inning, but a walk and a triple to start this 8th. And he is set to exit with Montgomery due up 6-2 A&M. As the Aggies start to create some separation here in the late innings, all runs coming since the 5th, but it's big innings in 3 of the last 4, and Laviolette 90 feet away from tacking on another. So that's all for Rizzo. We'll have a new pitcher coming in here in a second with Brody Purcell, a freshman native of California. We'll tell you about Purcell when we come back. Big inning again in the works for Texas A&M. Jason Laviolette with a triple to drive in. Gavin Grahovic has chased another USC reliever from the game. Garen Rizzo out. And it's Brody Purcell coming in. A true freshman making his 3rd appearance of the year. A good live arm, 5 strikeouts in 2 1/3 innings. Tough task though in front of him, facing the middle of the A&M order, starting with Braden Montgomery. And for the 2nd straight game here, Ty, 6+ relievers used for USC.
I think it's about not overexposing somebody and having them again for tomorrow as well. You know, if you kind of do it 1 inning at a time or a couple hitters at a time, you can bounce back and try to help your club win tomorrow. You're getting a good look now that pull side shift, infield in, trying to cut the runner off at 3rd base.
And a fastball just outside. 5th reliever, 6th pitcher. USC used 7 total pitchers yesterday. And Montgomery continuing to show red hot form since making the move from Palo Alto to College Station. Change up outside, 2-0.
Well, he's hit the last 2 balls right at the shortstop position. And they can't go all the way over there now with the 3rd baseman because you got a runner at 3rd, and they can't go any further because the runner at 3rd will be able to get his lead way down the line. Like he's getting far enough down.
Good pitch there. Check swing on a 91-mile-an-hour heater.
The Trojans deciding to stay with that pull side defense. And again, the analytics tell them, the scouting report tells them. See if Montgomery tries to shoot it the other way.
Driven past the dive of Jackson. Montgomery had the first RBI of the game. He has another one as Laviolette drops home.
3 defenders on the right side of the infield, and that young man says, you know what? I'm going to take this pitch and I'm going to drive it right past you, regardless if you got 3 of them over there. And get the RBI in. Look at this swing. I'll tell you what, it is short, powerful. Almost a good play by the 2nd baseman.
And your running counter now on season RBIs combined between Laviolette and Montgomery is up to 36. And again, this is game number 10 for Texas A&M. Hayden's shot digs in, takes a fastball low and outside. 7 of the 10 hits today for A&M coming with runners on. And another one right here. Boomed into the gap. Overn playing no doubles defense as he cuts it off. It won't matter as it is a double anyway. An aggressive base running by Hayden Schott. Montgomery goes first to third.
Well, Overn took too deep of an angle right here. He goes back too far. He could have cut the distance down right there, preventing that from getting to second base. Now, what that is incredibly observant base running by Schott coming out, looking, seeing how deep it is, and he decides to go ahead and go all the way to second base. The double relay went out because they watched the depth of the center fielder go so deep, so they thought they had to go out.
Especially with the speed of Overn, you feel like he's a perfect guy who can cut that off. Called strike taken here by Ted Burton.
Well, they'll work on it. I mean, that's part of it. I mean, early in his season, but he took a little too deep of an angle to that ball. I'll tell you what, these Aggies on the bases, they are some kind of aggressive.
Called strike on a curveball, makes it 0-2. You think back to the 5th inning, Burton had the go-ahead RBI single.
And I don't mean aggressive by stealing bags. They run the bases when the ball's in play really aggressively.
Takes a ball down low, 1-2. It's just constant pressure.
Well, yeah, you'll hear people, coaches, I was guilty too, of saying, we're always looking to get the next base, the next 90 feet. We're running with our eyes up, watching the baseball. Well, these guys do it. They don't talk about it. They do it.
Swing and a miss. Strikes him out with a fastball. Good placement there to finally get a first out of the inning for USC.
Just kind of reached back and threw that one right through him. We're going to get another look at it. The ball started out. Boy, I'll tell you what, I had a good life on that fastball coming back across.
Infield stays in for USC. And Jackson Appel with a good game today. Couple hits and an RBI. Watches that fastball run down and away. A good life.
Yeah, it is.
Fastball.
No, it is. And he's getting some great experience right now. A couple of these young arms have been out there with good live arms, and they're going to gain experience out of this. I don't, the outcome's going to be what it's going to be, and it obviously is leaning in the Aggies' favor right now. And you with a 5-run lead, if you're the Aggies, you feel pretty comfortable, and the base hit here could really start to push it out of reach. But for the Trojans, I mean, they've had some guys get out there. This is stuff pitching-wise that they'll be able to take with them moving forward from experience.
3-0 the count now on Appel. That was a similar refrain we heard from USC's coach Andy Stankiewicz, Arizona State's coach Willie Bloomquist, who will be up in the nightcap. Experience just invaluable for young programs. Try to turn things around, get back to the glory days. There's a 4-pitch walk here. At least reset up the force out at any base as Caden Kent comes up for his second AB of the day.
Well, the Aggie offense, when they take pitches, going back to what you were saying about the experience from Willie and everybody, what they're talking about, and Andy's the same way, they make you throw the ball in the zone. So you're gaining experience through what they do offensively by taking. They're saying, okay, you better throw the ball in the strike zone, and that's what they're going to learn out of this and take out of this.
Ball low on a curveball. 1-0 to Kent. Nowhere to put him. Kent did not start this game. He did play last night for A&M. And not close on a fastball. 2-0.
I think with all the chanting that's going on that we were playing in Bluebell Park.
It's had that feel most of the way. Kind of what you'd expect to. Get the two Texas teams get what they feel like are pseudo home games against the Pac-12 teams. And that's a third ball running outside. A tough season so far for USC. 2-7, all games being played on the road. And right now having to deal with the ball chance as a runner is walked in. Kent draws the free pass. Montgomery trots home, and it's 8-2.
I think we're going to see another pitching change. Ben Stankiewicz is out of the dugout, pointing towards the bullpen.
Second straight inning where USC will have 3 different arms in the frame. Purcell faces 5 batters, and he gives way. 9th walk drawn today by Texas A&M. Well, one more pitcher to bring in. We'll tell you about the lefty when we return. That's been a long afternoon for those USC Trojans. Good start, Ty. Led 1-0 going to the 5th, but as soon as the Aggies have gotten into the bullpen, it's just gone all downhill, and we get another arm. 7th pitcher used today, and another youngster. He's a first-year pitcher at the D1 level. JUCO transfer, though, a junior, Dylan Tostrup from Parker, Colorado. And he enters with the bases loaded, 1 out against Ryan Targach, a second-team All-SEC second baseman 2 years ago. Targach takes a called strike with a changeup.
And gets a standing ovation from the other team's fans.
It just feels kind of like insult to injury with where USC has been at. Mentioned all the renovations, not playing in their home park at all since football team is building a new practice facility where their current field exists. That pitch missing outside, 1-1. So not only is it all games on the road, had injuries already this season, playing really tough competition here in Arlington, and you're down 8-2 already at 2-7 on the season, and the count now 2-1 on a pitch in the dirt.
Yeah, sometimes this game can be cruel, and you know you're not winning. You get a chance to win yesterday, and then one of your better players gets injured, and then it just sometimes it just seems like it's raining. It just keeps pouring.
Wave and a miss on a changeup. Bryce Martin Gredzalonic, you're talking about from yesterday. Ty had the collision at home plate late on the game tying run in the 9th.
I'll tell you this, though, if I was a betting man, and I'm not, I'd give my nod to Andy Stankiewicz.
Here's a nice pitch on 2-2. Changeup looking good from Dylan Tostrup as he gets Targach to strike out. Everywhere Andy Stankiewicz has been, he has won, even going back to when he was a minor league coach. His first managerial job was in the single-A short season league in the minors. Won a title in 2005 with Staten Island. Development and growth, improvement have always been things you associate with Coach Stankiewicz. Right now, tough, I know, for USC, for Trojan fans watching. Some better days, though, certainly ahead.
Absolutely. Well, I got patience is going to pay off. That man can coach baseball.
Little snap throw, and they got him. Oh, how about that throw by Galloway? As Kent caught napping, and he's gunned down. Tostrup comes in, gets a strikeout, then some help from his defense. But 3 more runs do score for Texas A&M. An 8-2 lead for the Aggies, who have scored 8 of the last 9 runs in the game. 6-run margin as we go to the bottom half. 6 outs for the Aggies to go to 10-0 on the season.
Your pride and joy is measured in acres. Keep them looking their best with the Kubota lineup. Versatile sidekick utility vehicles. The #1 rated tractor brand for durability and owner experience. Professional grade mowers for a professional cut. It's equipment built with one purpose: to get the job done right.
By Solo Stove, you can finally think outside the cardboard box. The best pizza isn't delivered to the front door. It's made in the backyard. It doesn't come from a restaurant. It comes from you. Anywhere can be your favorite pizza spot. Any day of the week, all year long. Pie Prime is the pizza oven that's simple enough to be your first and powerful enough to be your last. Pie Prime by Solo Stove.
You're so much more than just a landowner. You're a gardener, a groundskeeper, and a landscaper. That's why you need versatile, durable Kubota equipment.
Here's a look at a first pitch of the inning. We'll see the final home stretch here for USC. There's a look at how the last inning ended on a really nice snap throw.
I love it. I love it. They're hustling. They're still trying to find ways to win. Backdoor pick off the catcher. A call, designed play. There's no quitting those guys. There's a lot of teams that would just, said, oh, this game's out. Let's, we're down 6. Let's just play it out. No, sir. It's a lot of hustle. That's a good defensive play.
And Andrew Lamb leading off. 2-1 count as Josh Stewart is out there again. It's his 3rd inning of work. But has been very efficient so far. 26 pitches so far. Lamb kind of a throwback here. No batting gloves. Got to dirt up those hands after every pitch, or he flies one out to left. Shot with room and makes the catch.
It's almost like the Aggies are trying to use the same recipe. Get those guys 6 outs, 9 outs. Not, he's already used for the weekend. So on a Saturday, that pivot game on Saturday, if you use a reliever more than 25 pitches, 30 pitches, he's probably done for the next day. So if he's throwing good, let's stay with him and not use up the rest of our pen moving forward for Sunday's game.
Aschenbeck got a 12-out save last night for A&M and a 4-0 win. Called strike taken by Ethan Hedges. And Weston Moss went 2 innings. Josh Stewart now looking to go at least 3. And a hard shot foul off the bat of Hedges.
He just stays with his plan. Stewart does. I mean, he just continually just hammers the outside part of the plate. He just stays with it. He's going back there again.
Spoiled foul. A guy who was stretched out a bit last year, did have 1 start. Had a start as well in his freshman year at Texas. Was in some big games his freshman year as a Longhorn. Had a 2 2/3 inning outing, 3 Ks, pitched here against Oklahoma State at Globe Life. There gets a called strike 3. And it's a 2nd out. How good has he been? A couple Ks, couple hits, and gets the offer here for the first 2 outs of the inning.
Well, he keeps throwing that fastball out there first, speeds him up, and then he throws that slider off the same line. I mean, it's just been impressive. I mean, look, I'm going to that. He's even done it on the left-handed hitters. I'm going to that side of the plate. I'm just going to stay with it.
Carson Wells, fair ball down the first base line. A couple times USC's been able to get a hot shot down that line, but smartly played by Montgomery off the carom, and Wells has his first base hit of the day.
Good piece of hitting. Got the barrel to the bottom of that baseball, just to enough of the bottom, or the middle of it, I should say. And you're right, that's the second one they've been able to pull down the first baseline. That one wasn't able to ricochet far enough away from Montgomery to get all the way to a double, but particularly when you're chasing 6, you don't want to take any chances of getting thrown out at second base.
Overn's been a big part of both games so far on the weekend for USC. Pulls back after showing bunt. Takes a slider out of the zone, 1-0. And SC just has one more midweek game after this weekend, and then it is right into the heart of Pac-12 play. This schedule is so tough, too. You've a weekend home series against Arizona under Chip Hale, who's helped turn that program and just keep it going, really. A team that has had so much recent success. A series back-to-back at Stanford, at UCLA for Coach Stankiewicz. High on 1-0. And then there's midweek games. You go at Long Beach, host California Baptist, really talented up-and-coming team out of the WAC, where Coach Stankiewicz used to coach in that conference with Grand Canyon. So really no gimmies from here on out. High pop-up off the bat of Overn. Who wants it? It's the catcher. Appel makes it in foul territory, and Stewart works around a 2-out single. 9th inning coming your way next. It's all Aggies at the moment. Now, this is the 16th day of college baseball at Globe Life Field since the season got underway. Hard to believe we only have a couple more games left, Ty. We're into the 20s now. Today is game number 21. Game 22 tonight, TCU and Arizona State. TCU and A&M, 2 of the 6 preseason top 25 teams that are here. 9 teams of the 16 made the NCAA tournament in 2023. We were all wondering how it would go, going from 1 to 3 weekends, and it has been nothing short of amazing baseball for the better part of a month.
I think they could Not that the plan they have is not great. What I'm trying to say here, just saying,
Make it every weekend.
I think they could do it but I think they could just for 3 weekends and have double midweeks, meaning Tuesday, Wednesday, and they could probably have teams come down from pack, whatever, moving forward. I guess it'd be the Big Ten, and teams come in there and just stay for 3 weeks and play. They have great crowds.
Camarillo launches one to shallow left, got way under that pitch, and it's caught by Takeuchi. So Camarillo retired. Well, especially now that with realignment, geography is about to be so out of whack anyway with travel. Realize some teams aren't going to want to extend that, especially midweek. But if you got the opportunity, add to your RPI, add a good non-con foe. Could easily see it as Grahovic comes up. A&M with an 8-2 lead here in the top of the 9th. First of 2 games today. And Dylan Tostrup back out for his 2nd inning of work. It's just funny, though, the mentality, USC loving this because they'll get some really good competition, helps prepare them for Pac-12 play. Fastball running high and outside. And, it's an added bonus if you can pick up a win, help out your RPI. Meanwhile, for A&M, they don't need the added strength of schedule. SEC's already such a gauntlet. But this is just yet another step towards playing that schedule, just getting the stamina up for it. So 2 very different setups, but both very much beneficial as that pitch is in for a strike.
Yeah, Coach Schleistingel in that meeting was talking about they get through this tournament, and then they grab Florida first weekend. I think in Gainesville, right?
It is.
Isn't that right?
A&M goes to Gainesville. Are at Texas in a
Tuesday. I'll be there.
School rivalry. Yeah, you'll be there.
I will. I've got radio on Tuesday night.
3-1 count here to Grahovic. Fouls it off.
Grahovic physically just does not look like a freshman. He is a physical. He is just. He looks like he's a sophomore, junior, just maturity-wise, with his presence in the box, his physicality, his approach. Does not. Now you know why he was voted one of the top incoming freshmen.
Spoils this pitch foul. Well, think about if this was maybe 10 years ago at the state of college baseball. Is Grahovic a guy who plays college? Does he just take the the high school draft offer?
Well, obviously that's changed some too now that they've cut the rounds down, and heck, for that matter, the NIL is changing that game as well. Some of these guys have opportunities to make money now while they're playing in college, and
Grahovic, some of the words when you read articles about him, his game coming into College Station, you usually don't see this all that often with how variable college baseball can be, but slam dunk, instant impact bat. Hard to say slam dunk for anybody. You know that, being a longtime coach. Here he gets a hold of one to left. Takeuchi looks up. It is gone. Slam dunk. Gavin Grahovic.
I think he heard us talking about him. It was just going to verify something that everybody already knows anyway. My goodness, watch him get in behind this ball. Oh my, he blasted that ball. What a catch. Holy cow, to catch in left field by that young man up in the bleachers.
Cherry on top for the Aggies. Grahovic, his 2nd this year. That was, right, amazing glove skills out there. 106 mile-an-hour off the bat, too. So that was no easy little Uber coming into you out there.
I'm bringing my glove today to the ballpark, and I'm going to take fly ball practice.
Laviolette takes a ball high, 2-0. Well, A&M, the bats were very quiet first 4 innings, but 9 runs over the last 5. One comes up and in. Laviolette has to lean out of the way. And a 4-pitch walk to Laviolette. All right, watch the glove skills out here in left.
Full uniform next to him. Look at him. Look how fired up. Look at it. Yeah.
He just come from the park. I mean, look at that.
What a catch. Look at that right there. Oh, they're all over the TV. They get their picture taken. Might be the best. That's 425, 430 feet away from home plate. That young man makes that catch in the bleachers.
You talk about doing your scouting report. I mean, he barely had to move. He just went into a crouch.
You don't think they're not going to? You don't think they're not going to remember that the rest of their lives? Are you kidding me?
Montgomery now takes a ball.
That's my boy right there. Folks, look at him.
He's got that baseball gripped awfully tight. He's like, I'm not letting go of this thing. Strike taken by Montgomery, 1-1. A happy weekend, Braden Montgomery. Figured this would be a good setup for him against a couple pitching staffs he was very familiar with his time at Stanford, taking on ASU and USC. Takes the ball 2-1. And all Montgomery did yesterday was hit a 3-run homer. 3 singles today, 2 of them for RBI, and he's scored 3 times as well. High pop up here from Montgomery. It stays in on the infield. Hedges makes the catch.
I thought that was going to hit one of the beams up there at the very
did.
top. That thing was so high. Also, it shows his kind of power, believe it or not, how high that ball went up. But, man, you know what's, and this game's headed down to the last piece of it. You know what's interesting about A&M to me, and I'm a huge college football fan. I grew up, my dad was a college football coach. A&M's offense is like an old Big Ten offense where they just run the ball and just beat you, pound you with walks and long at bats, and then all of a sudden they just starting to loosen you up. The pitch counts go up, and then bam, they hit you with a double or a homer and run the bases aggressive. I mean, it's been the offense they talked about before they came in here, just in different ways, but with all the free bases and all the patience.
It's a great comp for a team that is off to a wonderful start. And with those stadium renovations they talk about in a couple of years, they hope that they can turn Bluebell Park into the Kyle Field of college baseball. But at least in the immediate, all thoughts are the sort of talent this team has more than enough to make it to Omaha. Called strike on 1-1 to Hayden Schott.
No, it's about staying healthy. It is. I mean, you got to stay healthy. The guys on the mound have to continue to get better, even though they're throwing a sub-1 ERA. I guess it could go up almost a little bit so far today, but
on the move, Laviolette on a pitch down in the dirt. He takes second. And I'm taking a base here, up 9-2. The hands fouled back. I'm sure the health component of this is why Coach Schlossnagle has been so cautious with working his new pitchers like a Tanner Jones, a transfer in from Jacksonville State. He was really good as a starter today through 3 innings, but not wanting to get too out ahead of himself. Had a very minor, what coaches called really a non-injury, but he was just petrified by seeing any sort of guy come up with a cramp. Ball misses. Fastball 2-2.
You got to keep, to be a championship team, you got to keep your best players healthy. and position players, pitchers, it's really hard when you start taking away your best players to win championships. And, you know, and health is sometimes pure, you know, is luck every once in a while. Not running into somebody and all the above.
Strikeout on the 3-2 pitch by Tostrup. Gavin Grahovic adds another long ball to the ledger for Texas A&M. They hit 2 last night. Grahovic goes yard, and it's 9-2 A&M with a fantastic catch to boot by a fan. There's a look at the 5th-ranked TCU Horned Frogs, off to a 10-0 start, about to be joined most likely by Texas A&M at 10-0, and it's TCU taking on Arizona State Sun Devils at 5-4 out of the Pac-12, a future Big 12 matchup. That's our game coming up next, just under an hour after we finish up here. And it's a new pitcher coming in after 3 really good innings of relief. Josh Stewart, just 3 hits without a run allowed, 2 strikeouts out of that pen for Texas A&M. As a new man enters the fray, Luke Jackson in. Redshirt freshman from Austin, Texas, redshirted in his first year. Didn't see any action last year. This is his 3rd career outing. Has been pretty good so far, inning in 2/3 over his 2 appearances to this point. First action, though, like all these pitchers tie against Power 5 opposition, and faces the hottest hitter right now for USC and Kaikia Harrison to start the 9th. Finds the zone with a fastball.
Of course he did. If you're going to pitch on this staff, you got to be able to throw strikes. And they have done that.
Little foul tip by Harrison, 0-2. And A&M will rematch with Arizona State tomorrow morning. Here the game with USC is Harrison on 0-2. Have a day. 4 hits for Kaikia Harrison.
He gets an elevated changeup. He comes off those 2 heaters back to back. Decides to go to an 0-2 changeup. Elevates it right in the middle of the plate. He knew it. Jackson knew it as soon as he let go of it. And Harrison does exactly what you're supposed to do. Hits that ball right back through the middle. He has had a day.
Takeuchi came in as a defensive replacement a couple innings ago. It's his 2nd AB, takes a ball. Takeuchi was in the cleanup hole yesterday, taking a called strike. They'd love to get his bat on track, 167 so far. But all of his hits have been extra base hits. Talented freshman from the San Diego area. Block in the dirt by Jackson Appel. It's a good look at Takeuchi. He fouls off the 2-1. As A&M's back for the early game tomorrow. It's 11 a.m. locally, noon Eastern, with A&M and Arizona State. USC will have the late game against TCU. So this sort of odd round robin here. We will not have any of the. We will not have a Pac-12 versus Pac-12 matchup, nor will we have A&M and TCU. Count runs full 3-2. And you certainly respect Coach Schlossnagle, so recently removed from his tenure at TCU. He did not want that matchup with so many, having just left there a couple years ago. Although he really wanted A&M to get into the field in some way. As ball 4 taken by Takeuchi.
You got to respect that because he built that program at TCU. Right? He loves that play. He poured his heart, soul, blood, sweat, and tears into making TCU and building it up to where it is, taking it to Omaha, close at winning national titles. And look, there's a lot of emotion in that. I mean, look, you don't just show up for work and then, go somewhere else and you lose, all that emotion from that. That's not true at all. I mean, you carry a lot of it with you.
Chopper to the right side. Kent for one. The turn not in time. As Covarrubias just beats it out.
They're still hustling and playing this game hard. Gets down the line hard. I think we may see the universal sign of replay. Good job. Gets it out. Firing it. Everybody's hustling.
It looks safe.
Yeah, I thought he looked safe as well.
Hopefully this will be the old one look replay. And Jeff Hendricks is like, all right, get back out there. Bottom of the 9th here, 9-2 game. Well, assuming A&M hangs on, we'll speak with Gavin Grahovic post game. Excited to talk to Gavin.
I was trying to remember last night. We're going to good look at it right here from our camera group. Does such a great job. Looks safe to me. We're going to get these last few steps running straight through the line. Just one more look at it. It looked like he was safe. What I was about to say is I was trying to remember last night, because I was giggling yesterday about the idea of them putting their hands over their head, that being the universal sign, right? Everybody knows what it is, right? And,
safe, call stance.
And I was trying to remember how long ago it was when we had replay brought back in to college baseball. It started out in the SEC, some of the bigger schools, then the Big 12, or both at the same time, and then we had it in the Sun Belt as well later on, and now it's pretty universal. I bet everybody's got, just about everybody has it, and it makes the game cleaner. I mean, you get it right.
Chopper foul off of Galloway. Mid 2010s is when you started to see the SEC program. And for a while they wouldn't do it in non-con. It was limited to the conference games.
Well, yeah, and back in the day when they first got started, they'd leave you a list in your dugout, like in a regional conference tournament, or and then when you went to play an SEC team, they would leave you a list of what you could.
Yeah, it was a
for the coaches, because it was like a cheat sheet, because we really, all of us didn't know because we didn't have it as much.
Swinging a miss here by Galloway.
I can remember going to home plate at A&M one night a long time ago and asking the home plate umpire, hey, can I challenge that? Is that not, we all didn't really know.
Ball taken outside, just misses with a changeup on 1-2.
Aggies electing now with a left-handed hitter in a 2-2 count, have the first baseman play behind the runner at first base, give him a little more fielding range.
Sliced foul, stays 2-2 with runners on the corner, so we play bottom of the 9th.
See right there how he's behind the runner now. He just gives him a little bit more range. This case set left-hander here tries to pull the ball in the 4-hole.
Slap the other way, a hard charge. Oh, are you kidding me? Hayden's shot flashes the leather. It is a sac fly. Now A&M thinks that Harrison left early. They will appeal over to third. But what a play by Schott.
I mean, they just keep taking hits away in the outfield.
No, Laviolette, they moved him over there.
Yeah, they moved him over. Remember, he did it last night, too. They, moved him to the left. And now, golly, that's the third hit since yesterday that they've taken away in the outfield. Great diving play. Doesn't matter to them. 6-run lead, 7-run lead. We're going to lay out, dive, make great catches. Close down on balls like that are hitting in front of you. That's the hardest one to catch, too, by the way. The uncontested runner going to second base. They're not interested in that runner at this point. I mean, at the lead, it's a 6-run lead. You're after the hitter. You're after solely getting after the guy at the plate right now.
We get a pinch hitter here as well. On the USC side, J.T. Walden, who got a late AB yesterday. And so Harrison scores 9-3 game. Just wondering to see what, there was never an official announcement made as to the defensive changes there. Although you clearly saw that 17, and really more importantly, the eye black, which is kind of how you, you identify Laviolette out there. I was like, that didn't look like a shot. But yeah, Laviolette makes the play. It's fouled back. And USC down to its final strike.
That'll get the Aggie fans up on their feet.
Punch to the right side. Another nice play in the field. Caden Kent gets the snag, and that does it. It was a slow start for Texas A&M, but the bats came alive final 5 innings. And they roll late to a 9-3 win and a 10-0 start to the 2024 season.
They showed you today that the pitching they have. They showed you their style of offense where they just kind of wear you down with walks, long at-bats, timely hits, and then they finally get after you late in games with power. And then ultimately for me today, and as of yesterday, they start to show you their defense. A diving catch in the 9th inning and then another diving play to end the game with a tremendous defensive effort.
Coach Schlossnagel told us as far as the team chemistry goes, we haven't been punched in the mouth yet. Well, make that another game without getting punched in the mouth. Trailed 1-0 early, but pitching again tremendous. Josh Stewart was really good. 3 innings in relief out of the pen. And we'll get set to speak with Gavin Grahovic as A&M gets the win. They'll be back again tomorrow morning against Arizona State. Now, a lot of juice in this building too. More A&M fans here than yesterday, and making this event so fun as A&M gets the win. USC, the struggles continue here, but one of the best teams in the country you're facing here. No shame, right? Going down back-to-back games against TCU and A&M, and the injuries, young pitchers, it all kind of piled up here on the Trojans today.
Well, I think that the pitching side of it for the Trojans, they're some of those young arms. You see the Aggies doing the traditional Aggie Warham, but I think for the Trojans, it's those guys getting out there. We talked about experience during the game, and then sometimes failure and success, both are experience. It's what you take away that creates it to be a positive experience. And certainly some of those pitchers will have a chance to do that.
All right, we're ready to go down to the field. Gavin Grahovic, the talented freshman for Texas A&M, is joining us right now. A slow start for your bats today, Gavin, but what changed midway through?
I think we just got locked in. We as a team, we came ready to play today. No matter the outcome, no matter the way the game started, we came ready to finish the game.
Tell us a bit about just your team as a whole and the approach you guys have every single AB and why that's different from a lot of teams around the country.
Our biggest thing is take the balls and swing at the strikes. And as we keep going throughout the season, we hope to continue to do that, but continue to put the ball in play and see what happens.
Like you played in a lot of big games, even as a youth player, but take me through that AB in the 9th as you sent it into the seats and left.
I just need to settle down a little bit. I've been rushed a little bit all weekend, but I got a pitch to do damage on, and I got a chance to do it.
Has to be pretty special too, right? All the fans in the house today, making it feel like an A&M home game at times.
Yes, sir. Aggie Nation is second to none. So happy they all got to come out and celebrate this win with us.
And Gavin, congrats on the win. We'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Gavin Grahovic joining us. Post-game as Texas A&M gets a 9-3 win over USC, improves to 10-0 on the season, with Weston Moss getting credit for the win in relief. We're not done yet. Set for a first pitch a little bit before 7 o'clock local time. Arizona State TCU in the nightcap is for Ty Harrington, rest of our outstanding Flow Sports crew. I'm Ben Wilson. We'll be back for more baseball, though not done, from Globe Life Field in Arlington in Game 3 of this 6-game Kubota College Baseball Series. It's A&M 9, USC 3, our final score. Stick around for Arizona State and TCU still to come on a Saturday night from Arlington.